What up, y'all? Happy Thursday. Oh my gosh, so many things happening. Okay, first thing, can someone test fish again? Because I temporarily had to fix it. And I'm gonna scroll up and say my hellos. Oh my goodness. I think it's working again. Like, it literally broke right as I started the stream. Hi, Snowy. Hi, Al. Hi, Kat. How's it going? Hi, PJ. PJ, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you. Hi, Darth. Hi, Amanda. Thank you for the partner hypes, y'all. Thank you. How's everybody doing? Oh, y'all. It is so hot. Like, can we please get out of this heat? Can we please get out of this heat? Like, I'm over it. I'm so over it. It's too much. All right, y'all. Game plan for today. Just so everybody is aware of what we're doing. We are essence farming because we need essence for A, teleport potion, and B, the new shimmerfly garden. Top tier. Absolute top tier. And it's 1,000 essence per. So we need essence. We're also going to do an RGB hunt if we can. I hear Bahari is crazy right now, so we're going to hope for the best. I don't even know how that's going to go. And then we're just going to do some community decorating because there's several houses that are now claimed that I think we're going to give some time to like decorate, and the whole plot needs to be decorated. We have so much to do now that we have like a whole little like village. So we got to continue to make it cozy. Other than that, y'all, we are chilling. We're absolutely chilling. How did everybody sleep? Is it still incredibly 220 Snoy? 220? Okay, first of all, most of y'all are over 200. Let's just say that now. I know some of y'all like lost your streaks. It's fine. It's going to be fine, I promise you. Your presence is enough. Your streak does not define your support. I'm going to throw it out there now because I know a lot of people lost their streaks from various points in the stream and months and all that jazz. Just know I see you, I appreciate you regardless of how you come, okay? Like I'm just saying this now. I don't want anyone to feel like they don't belong because they don't have a streak, okay? So I need to put that out there. But with that said, Snowy, thank you for sticking with me for 220 streams because what the hell? That is so many streams. Also, that is so many streams. Do I stream that much? Because we're not talking 220 days. We're talking 220 streams. That means I cranked up for 220 times. Like, what the hell? That's so many. That's so many. Y'all, I be here. Yeah, but that's also like a definition of like how much I'm here too. Because I'm just like, dude, what the hell? Like, what the actual hell? Hi, Darth. How are you? No, not the Wi-Fi. Not the Wi-Fi. Bring back the Wi-Fi. Dude, is there something like downloading in the background? Because what is going on? Hello? Oh. I'm so confused. Is there like something downloading in the background? I swear if something's downloading in the background, like chill. Chill. You don't need to be downloading. Like, what are we doing? My area has been bad lately. The water main broke yesterday, so oh my gosh, what the heck? That is so crazy. Dude, I am so sorry. You're just going through the motions of just so much crap happening. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. Hi, Shane. How are you? No, don't say that. That's a crazy statement. Don't say that. Do not wish that upon anything. Okay. I have like a little bit of. Oh no, it's just Chrome being annoying. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Trying to stay cool. It's too flippin' hot. But other than that, I'm chilling. Other than that, I'm chilling. This partner push might kill me a bit, but we're hanging in there. There's like some days where I get really, really close to like hitting that 3, like that 3 out of 6, and I'm just like, y'all. Averages, y'all, averages. It's like tons of numbers in my head. Yeah, like we're in this heat wave. This heat wave we're having is not it, y'all. Is not it. Oh my gosh, these hydrangeas are huge. I thought these were going to be tinier. I mean, if you want, but I wouldn't put yourself like so far out if you only if you want to though. I mean, no, we are still having fun. That part is not changing. It's just been a little stressful. It's just been a little stressful. I will say that. I'm being pretty honest about that statement. And speaking of which, let me repin this message. Oh yeah, it's definitely Chrome. Being a pain in my hoe ass. Hi baby doll, welcome back. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. I'm just writing my pin message really quick, y'all. Texas just feels like Texas, so I'm not minding it. Oh my goodness. I've never been there. I have some family there, but I haven't been. My mom and I were supposed to take a trip to Waco because we really love the show Fixer Upper, but we never went. We never went. Hi Fire, how are you? Okay, I'm gonna pen this message and then I'm closing Chrome because it is just being beyond extra on my computer. Hi Chrome. It's a dry heat, like opening an oven when you walk outside. Ew. Not opening an oven when you walk outside. Oh, it sounds miserable. Okay, yeah, it's definitely my Chrome. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. This entire time I thought my computer was being weird. It's just Chrome. It's Chrome just causing the issues. Y'all, I need a new browser source. Not browser source, but a new browser to use that is reliable. Only when I'm streaming is the issue. Did I not water this before the day started over? Oh my gosh, I think I thought about it and I think I didn't do it. Welcome in, B. How's it going? Ooh, we got another seed. Heck yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go put that in the forest. Hey! We have a wild dart. I don't know where you want me to put this, but I'm just gonna put it. And yeah. I'm just gonna put it and water it. That's what I'm gonna do. There you go. Thank you for the lurk. Alright, y'all. What would we like to do first? Do we want to also can we just have a moment for these dang shimmerflies? Because they're the best. Also, let me just walk through all of them. I'm gonna let them come back though. I think I already walked through all of them. This is true. This is true. Y'all, how magical are they? They're so magical. This is hands down the best reward we've gotten, I will say. Okay, no worries. Y'all, we could decorate for a little while everybody gets dinner and stuff going. I can get some resources and then we can do some hunting in like an hour. Does that work for everyone? Snow, you said you're making pasta? Did I see that? Did I see that correctly? You said you were making pasta? I feel like I saw that somewhere. I know I saw pasta somewhere. Ooh, yeah. We tend to make our meat sauces when we do pasta with ground turkey as well. I think that's just kind of what we always done. For as long as I remember, I don't ever remember making it like with anything else. I don't ever remember making it with anything else besides ground turkey. I think that's just kind of a... Beef is really expensive. That is true. That is true. Beef is really expensive. Hi, Celeste. How's it going? Thank you for the partner hype. How are y'all? Welcome in, everybody. Are these done growing or did you just water these? Did you just water these? Did I miss it? Yes, I did. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Beef is higher per pound than minimum wage. What? Wait, what? That's insane. Am I missing watering? Oh wait, I didn't water this guy. I do need a... Okay. If we're gonna be spending a lot of time here, because obviously, should I move the other apples out here? should I move the other apple trees out here instead of having to swap? Because that's really the main reason is okay. I don't think I can pick them up, right? I can't pick them up unless they're done. Unless they're empty. Well, okay, let's swap. Let's swap and see where they're at. I have to wait till the actual plot is done. There might be one ready or two ready. Nope, there's none that are ready. None whatsoever. Okay, we'll water them now. When they're fully done, we'll move them. Hi, River. How's it going? I hope today is better than yesterday. And I hope you got rest. And some sort of sense of calm. Okay. For sure. Let me grab some more seeds while I'm here. Do I need to make any more seeds? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, I'll grab fertilizer and stuff later. All right. Is there anything else that we need to hijack from here? Is there anything from here that you like that we need to bring over and or recreate? Oh, you know what? I need these lamps. What are these? Do I have these? Do I have any more? The grow all out standing lamps? Those would be good by the greenhouse. I don't know if I have any more though. I gotta grow some more lamps. That sounds like a crazy statement. I don't think I have any. Did I have to water this one? Oh, this one's ready to water. That means that it's not done yet. Do I have any others that need to be watered? Dude, how long has that been needing to how long has that been needing to be watered? Is there one on this side? No. Dude, y'all definitely helped a ton with this. Because this was me when I wasn't on PC. So y'all had to place this. I might just hijack this one since this is like a one-off. I think all of these chairs are done too. And this, oh, this chair doesn't. This chair needs to be watered. It is not done. Okay, I think we're good here. If you said anything, I missed it. Oh wait, you said something about trees. Oh, is that back at the forest? I need to grab. I need to just make one. Is there a tool thing in here? Do I have one in here? Yeah, I need this tool set. Oh no, you're good. I'm gonna put us back on the other plot. Community plot. I definitely think that we're gonna have to build something here so that there's a box here. There's a lot of times where I'm like quick storage, quick sale, and then right back out. So I'm gonna have to bring a box here. But I feel like it would look cleaner if we built something. I just don't know what that something is gonna be. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. These might have to move. Actually, I might leave them those size. All right. They just have a weird radius. Okay, now I can water this and it not feel like it's out of place. All right. Y'all, are we good with like 30 minutes to an hour? We'll go start either essence farming or RTB, whichever one we decide on. Hi, Bandy. How are you? I have no idea how many I'm gonna need. Y'all, you remember that thing I said about late night ideas? We came up with this last night. I figured out how to glitch the stairs so that we have stairs going off the back. Like, what is this? The community center? Okay, I need to figure out how to finish out the rest of this. Huh? Look under the stairs? What? Wait. What? Wait, look under the stairs. What do you mean look under the stairs? Where are you? What? Wait, what about it? I know, but what up? Oh! I now see it. I now see it. I didn't see it before. I was like, what are we talking about? What's under here? I barely saw it. How did you even fit it in there? I gotta cover this somehow. Okay, it doesn't want to cover. There's something there. No, am I just in the way? The reason why I can't get this to fit? It seems so far away. There we go. I mean, technically you could put something else here too. He's so hidden, I barely saw the little Cernak under there. Or we could put like some sort of sitting something here, like a bench if I could fit there. I don't know what kind of bench, but some sort of bench. Is there a cottage or maybe just a log bench? Grab me one of those. Actually, wait, log. Y'all, we are gonna do some essence farming. Oh my gosh, what the heck? There we go. What is the one that's sitting there covered in snow? Is that log? Nightstand. Small bench? See what this one looks like. Wait, is that the camp one? Oh, it's the camp bench. This one. I feel like I should cover that hole with something. That. Okay, this is a pretty small space, but something will fit here. I just gotta figure out which one I want. Oh, this one won't. It's too... But this one will fit. Is this a bench or is this a table? Oh no, it's a bench. No, it really is a bench. I wonder if I could just put something next to it, which I don't know what that next to would be. Oops. I'm just trying to add some color in here. I saw it pop up for like a second, but maybe it won't fit there. Maybe I have to put it down first. Nope. Oh, maybe. Okay. Is there like a little lantern I can put there? Oh wait, do we have any more of those the market lanterns? Oh, I do. Okay. It's something. I know, I love these little lanterns. They're so cute. Ooh, welcome in, raiders. How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you, Snowy. Thank you, thank you. And Fire. I'm not sure who else wrote it. Thank y'all. Hi, Britt. Welcome in, raiders. How's everybody doing? My name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft and a sprinkle of other games. Today we're doing some Palia and some community things, decorating and hunting. Welcome in. If you totally need to raid and run, please get rest, get food. Take care of yourself. Thank you again for the raid. How was your stream? What were y'all up to? Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, those are perfect. Are those the pink ones? We are casually doing community decorating, and honestly, this whole area looks so good. We just played some Palia. I just got back after a break. Ooh, you got a bunch of plushies? Hell yeah. Congrats on your plushies. Yeah, this game, the good thing is you can take a long break from it and come back. And there's always something new and exciting to do. Hi, Brett. We had a community plot before where we had like the houses separated, but then they came out with this new landscape and we actually were able to turn our whole community plot into a village. So that's what we're kind of decorating now, which is kind of insane. And this building is our community center, or going to be our community center once we're done. What should we do in the bottom? I feel like this whole area is not utilized. It is. It's such a cozy village. Thank you, thank you. Thank you again for the raid. Have a wonderful rest of your night or day, wherever you might be in the world. Thank you for the follow. My follows are anonymous, but feel free to lurk and hang if you'd like. We are actively partner pushing, so every little bit helps. This looks insane. What about like a little, I don't know, cafe area? Like with tables and chairs? Or maybe like a little library? We don't have a little library. Maybe we can just have, this could be like a little reading nook. And then we can have like bookshelves and stuff here. Or something. Like a little outdoor community library. I don't know. I am just like spitballing ideas. If anybody else has any ideas of what we could do, I honestly, most of the stuff just comes off the top of my head. Like last night, Darth had the idea to do these pillars for walls, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And I was like, oh, what about the columns? And then that's how we ended up with this like outdoor, like cottage style entrance. And then I figured out how to glitch the stairs because I didn't know you could do that. All you have to do is place the stairs in a building, put like a ramp or like the incline thing next to it, and then drag it outside and then place it. And then you're good. And now you have stairs outside. Isn't it cute? I know the one with the little hearts is so cute. Oh yeah, the Cerna could go there. Or he's just chilling. Alright. We are gonna need a ton of bookshelves and things. This is where all my resources and money. This is also why I never hit max. Because I'm always using my money for resources and things. But yeah, y'all, this is our little community village. Each house is in the process of being decorated by a community member or already done. This is our little bakery. Bakery with the kitchen in the back. And a little cafe at the top. This pink house is my house now, but I haven't decorated yet. This is Fires, this is Darth, this is Snoy's makeshift. Oh, Snoy! When you come over, we added some seating outside your house last night. I added a little makeshift clothesline to give your outdoor space a little more life to it. So now you got some clothes out in the front and a little seating area. I just added a little bit. I don't want to like make it too cluttered. And then I added, let's see, on the side here I added the wheel and a couple planters, and then in the back I added the ladder and this little pergola out back. And your outhouse is still here. So that's the little stuff that I added. Let's see. Our gazebo with our giga sharks. This is gonna be full of trees once we grow them all. We're still in the process of growing them. And this is our choppas and hunters. Hunters and choppas. Now let's see. Town square with the shimmerflies that are the best bundle board reward we've ever gotten. Eventually, I'm gonna have enough essence to put one in front of everybody's house. So when you walk in your house, you have shimmering flies follow you. Our cooking area changed a little bit. It's still the same layout. We just, we mix and match the prep stations with the mixing stations so that when we're doing multiple steps in recipes, you have everything you need with around you versus having to run all over the place. But we still have most of the stoves over here for when we do our epic fish party tomorrow, actually, y'all. So sign up if you'd like. The link is right there in chat. Hi, Silent. Darth, am I watering these flowers that are in between the stove and prep station? Are we leaving them small? I can't remember what we're leaving and what we're not leaving. Oh, Giant Frogbird has a home now. Yeah, Giant Frogbird has a home over here, staring us down while we cook. So basically, we can't mess up, or he's just gonna stare at us. Okay, those are done. Let me see what else. We have a house for all of our crafting stations, so they're not out in the open anymore. So they're all in here now. Let's see. These are all still community houses. This one is the community center. I don't know what I'm gonna do in the bottom yet, but the back and the top looks really good. This is our barn. Oh, I need to go look at the animals. Or go, I mean, go look at them. I need to go talk to them. This is our greenhouse that's not done yet. I really need, you know, the planters that you get in the greenhouse is like at the very bottom. I need that to go in here to like actually have like the indoor garden aesthetic. But it's like 900 garden points per. I'll never get over these shimmering flies. Also, we made a decision yesterday that this is our runway. So this whole path, as far as I can make it, will be shimmer flies. And so you walk down here and go around the fountain and walk back to the runway. Wait, did I turn my light on? Is it on now? Repair bench here. Stable sign here. We are not watering these trees, y'all, so we're just gonna leave these trees alone. Oh, hey, look. The plushie in the water changed. It's now, what is that? Yesterday it was a choppa and a frog. What is that? Oh wait, is that? No, I can't tell what that is. Is that the ancient like bird owl? I can't tell what that is. It looks like it has wings, but it's so tiny. It's so tiny. I legitimately can't tell what that is. Is that what that is? It's the Umbra? Is it? Wait, hold on. Let me look at my plushies. Oh wait, hey, my potion. Oh my gosh. This is a legendary potion. Are we not gonna get any more? Is this like just strictly limited? Dude, it's weird not being able to look at my. Maybe I can just open it. Nope. It's definitely Chrome. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. Oops. Do we? Oh wait, I need to make. Wait, let me see. Do I have enough columns over here? I need bookshelves, right? Do we want more of these ivy? This ivy on the ground where the books are? So it's not just like just flat green. Or it's like an outdoor garden. Also, do we have a preference in books shelves? Do we want the more natural looking bookshelves? Do we like the Umbrian bookshelves? I might have some bookshelves. We can just kind of mix and match what we have and see what we like. I'll just grab all of the bookshelves I have and we'll go from there. Oh, that's a makeshift bookshelf. I don't think that one's gonna work. Okay, let me make some more ivy. I think I have some, but I'm just gonna make some. I'm definitely gonna need some more plant fiber. Oh my gosh. Nope. All right. I think I need to put this down first. So let's just. I wish I could free form this into not being just like right there, but. Just to kind of give some color to the ground. All right, these are the bookshelf options. This is probably not gonna work, but I'm gonna throw them down and we're gonna just decide on which ones we like. And we'll make more of the ones we do like. Oh, I don't want to go too far over, but I'm just putting them down. It's only going to be within that space. I think those are all of them, unless this is one too. Oh no, I already have that one. Okay. Do we have a preference? Also, is there a small bookcase? Let me see if there's a small bookcase. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, I missed a couple. I think I missed a couple. Hold on. Oh my gosh, this might be the winner. I actually already like how this sits here. Let me see if I can make it fit in this corner. That one might be my favorite. I think it's the stars. I think I'm so biased to the stars. And then there's also this one. Dude, I can't place that there. This has such a huge radius. Got me just like spinning it around. That's just because my mouse wheel is crazy. No, it just has a huge radius. It might fit there. And we'll just need a couple more flowers, maybe? Or... Dude, the radius of this thing is so annoying. I was gonna see if I can fit a bench right here, but I can't. I can fit a bench there. I'm just messing around with stuff. Oh my gosh. I don't know what I want to do. Holy moly. Alright, do we like... any other... Need some of those frogs? What frogs? From Crab Event? Oh, which one? They're all in my chest. Do you have a preference? I have the purple and I have the king crab one, the regular crabs, and the blue crabs. I don't have a king crab that's not stunned. But I guess that doesn't matter. It's more of the aesthetic. Do you want a mix of them? A king? Okay, well here's the king one. Wait, which one is... Oh, you said frogs. You want some of the frogs. Oh, those are the grumpy frogs? Oh my gosh, what are they called on here? I don't see them on here. Are they not called frogs? Oh, they're called rockhoppers. That's it. That's it. Is that the squire? Stunned and not stunned? Yeah. Alright, here is not stunned, and here is stunned. Y'all, we're doing some community decorating, and then we're gonna do some essence farming here shortly. Wait, why did I bring out a crab shell? I am looking to see... Is there a moonstruck wall shelf? Yes. I want to see if I can fit that in here. Do little shelves back here. And maybe... Are there any cushions? That we can sit on? Ooh, that one's gonna be perfect. Let's see. Moon lamp. I think I probably have like 20 million of these. Every time I see them in the store, I buy them. Oh no, I only have one. Oh my gosh, I only have one. That's wild. I for sure thought I'd have more. Hi, Pond. How's it going? I know that's off center. I suck at trying to figure out if that's it or not. Oh, the one underneath. Oh, that one's cute because you can see his little eyes when you're walking up the stairs. That's cute. I'm just trying to add some color. Oh wait, I'm supposed to be putting this down to water it. Wait, what the heck did I just pick up? There we go. I was like, what? Now we just need like a pillow. Is there like a pillow we can sit on? Yeah, I buy it every single time. Like I cannot like I can't stop buying it. And the reason why I don't have any is I probably have them placed in other places. Ooh. What do you gotta tell us all? Computer updates are done, almost ready to restart so I can hear stream. Oh my gosh, River. Oops. You got an obsidian, Kitsu? Oh my gosh, congrats. That thing is such a pain in the butt to get. That is a huge congrats. Uh, did we decide? Hi, Emily. How's it going? Yay, congrats on your plushie. Oh no, what's the baby doing? Like a physical mess? Like just like food and pasta everywhere? I'm doing good. We're just doing some little casual decorating while we wait for everyone to be ready to do some essence farming. Ooh, that reminds me. Pasta with red sauce. Yep. I gotta make some lures. Okay, do we? Ooh. For a random thought to put a balcony, y'all, this is top tier. This is the most decorating I actually have gotten to do. It's here. Okay, so I'm getting rid of all of these. Oops, I think I picked up one of the ivies on accident. Actually, I think I just picked up both ivies on accident. That's what I get for spamming. We can do couches here. We can do couches here. I can't tell if that person's being sarcastic about loving this update because it's it's been a shit show, actually. Red, color of the day, red. All right, color of the day is red. Hi, red. How are you? All right, y'all. Color of the day is red. I don't know where to put this little guy. Maybe I like him more than this one. Wait, hold on. I haven't crashed today, so maybe it's fixed. I don't know. I forgot to look at the Discord. A quick follow-up of the crashing issue. We've been investigating reports of crashes during cooking parties / cooking and have identified an issue that could be contributing. The team is currently looking at a potential fix and will share updates as soon as we have them. The hotfix from yesterday should continue to address the majority of the crashing issues outside of cooking parties, and other in-game activities should remain unaffected. So they figured out why the crashing was happening with cooking. Hi, Lunaria. How's it going? So that's fixed. So us crashing with cooking was an actual issue. Was an actual issue. Do we want the moonstruck couches? You need two of which pillars? The twisted tree pillars? Okay. Let me see if I have any more planks. Oh, I do. Perfect. Yeah, I gotcha. I think I might have one on me, so I just need to make one more. Do you need him here? I'm just gonna put him down. Oh, I can't. Oh my gosh, why do I think I want to flip this couch? I can't flip it like that. Maybe I'll just put a nightstand in the middle. Hi, Elle. I will change into my red outfit here in a minute. We are gonna do essence farming. We're gonna do essence farming soon. We're just doing a little decorating while dinner is being cooked and other things are being done. Oh, you want to put that there? You can. That works. No, no, no. That could go there. This is too small for it anyway. That light can go there. It just needs to grow. Okay. Let me put all this stuff away. What? I don't think I have one book. Are there any other knickknacks and things that we want to put? I wish I can filter this to like small items. Any potato pods that are cute for the space? With the little bowl? Wait, what? Oh yeah, you can glitch it L shape. I can do it. Those simple things I do know how to do. It's in my other house like that. I'm trying to still give space to walk behind, so I'm just gonna glitch it to there. I don't think you'll be able to sit though, actually. This might be a non-sitting couch. Actually, I don't think you'll be able to sit. I think the sitting only happens on these corners. Oh wait, it did let you sit? Okay, for me it won't. Which other way? Oh wait, you guys both can sit. Do you just want one long couch? Or gosh, what the heck was that? Let me see if I have one more couch. a bed. Do you want it to be like one like U shape or one longer L? Oh, oops. That's too far in. I think I just can't sit. I think it's just trying to glitch into something else, and I just can't sit for some reason. And then I can just put something here. Like a... Do we have like a skinny nightstand? Or maybe a bookshelf? Will a bookshelf fit there? Oh my gosh, I don't have any leather? Oh man. I wonder if I can put 2 of these. Oops. Do we need something in the middle? Oh no no no. I was just seeing if I was gonna put another one of these tables here, but I don't think I am. I'm gonna grab some candles. Y'all let me know when you're ready and I'll mosey out to the Elder Woods. Hi Doodles, how's it going? Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of decorating, and then we'll do some essence farming and some RTB hunting. I just want to be able to walk through here without any problems. Well, maybe not right there. We'll put it here. Oops. For an impromptu idea. Hi Liz, how's it going? Y'all, we do have one mystery outfit to give away. That was sponsored by Owl. We could do that while we are decorating and things. Let me pull this up. Hey, welcome back, River. Is it every 30-minute reminder good enough, or an every 15-minute? I feel like 30 minutes might be okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. It's still really flipping hot, but I'm good. I hope your day is better than yesterday. Yeah, that's why we need to do essence farming. I need so many shimmerflies. And 1,000 each is insane. 1,000 each is absolutely insane. All right, y'all. Mystery outfit. It's probably gonna be the only one we do today, unless I have the space for it. But mystery outfit giveaway has started, y'all. If you'd like to enter, it's exclamation point seat. Dude, this sun is wild. It's so bright. Do we want anything else in here? We just need books, right? Books and little knickknacks and oh, I have a lot of the potato pods. I don't know which ones we'd want. They're not called that. They're just called pods. Okay. We can add some of the ones that have some shimmer to them. The little small plants would fit there. These guys? Thank you for the hydrate. I don't have water, but I have soda. Here's Oz. These are cute little plants. Do we have like a stack of books? Is that a thing we can have? Nope. Oh, we for sure need to add some shimmerflies in there if we have them. Oh, I forgot about this one. Oh, this one's giant though. Could fit here. I'm just trying to make it as cozy as possible. What the heck? Oh, you opened them. I'm like, what the hell? I was like, how is it that I didn't realize you could open those? Good to know. Good to know. Should we add a shimmerfly in here? Just for magic? Just for the magic? Maybe one in here? Just next to the frogbird? That you barely can see, but that's fine. Baby saw the brownies. Oh no. Is pasta no longer an option anymore? Is it now just brownies time? He had 2 whole bowls. Huh? What you mean? What do you mean you don't remember where you put the Eldritch Mole? Isn't it like down? Like, didn't I pick most of those plushies up though? Didn't I pick up most of those plushies? Oh wait, is it not in the gazebo? Wait, is it not in the gazebo? Oh gosh, it's not in here. Is it up there still? Is it up there still? Did you put it in somebody's house? Nobody panic. Nobody panic. We just lost a plushie. It's fine. It's the fact that we're still not even at 2K, and I feel like we've placed a lot of things. Uh-oh. Oh. Y'all, I thought I crashed. I just froze. I'm okay with that. I thought I crashed. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh wait, did you put him here? No. Well, that's the shimmerfly is there. Well, we also have like pops of color everywhere, so I don't know where it is. Is he back here somewhere? The thing is, we have like little pops of purple everywhere, so Where? Wait, where is he? One, two, three, four, five. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Y'all, I need 10,000. I need 10,000 essence just to put a shimmerfly in front of everybody's door, so when you walk inside your house, you have a shimmerfly following you. Y'all, that's just in front of everybody's house. That's not just this path is not even done yet. There's only 3 here. I gotta at least finish 2 more here. That is so much essence. Where'd you wait? Where was the shmol? Oh, you forgot you put him on top of the bakery? Oh, okay. Y'all, look at our little impromptu outdoor library. It's so cozy. Do we need this light up here? Do we like this light up here? We could do string lights. Oh my gosh, I can't. I forgot where to put this thing. That was not centered. We definitely need more books, for sure. I want to stack some books here. Maybe a teacup or 2. Do we need a table here? Are we good for this to be open? Because there is the moonstruck table. Like, we just need a low table. But there is like the moonstruck table we can put there. Trying to figure out where to put the... Oh, you put him back here? He was up here this entire time? Got you. Because there's like a cute little teacup. Let me see. This cute little pink teacup. I need ashwood planks. I need ashwood too. Look at this little teacup. Look at it. It's so cute and pink. Chill. I don't know where to put this tea set though. Should I move this shimmerfly to somewhere else? You want me to put it up there? Oh shoot, did I? Sorry, can you turn it the other way? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You knew which way I meant. What about the tea set here? Do we need a table here? Because the moonstruck table, it's like a triangular table. So it could fit here. And then I don't have to have the rug sitting there. I mean, the rug can stay there, I guess. Or I can move the rug underneath these two chairs. That you can't see because the ivy's in the way. Maybe I'll just put the rug back. Okay. Our little cozy outdoor library for the community that sits underneath the community center that is not decorated because I have no idea. Seacrest! Seacrest, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Incredibly kind. Incredibly kind. I don't know what we're going to do in here. Like, I have no idea what we're going to do in the actual community center. Like, none whatsoever. Welcome back from the ads. Decorating is going good. We made this wall of pillars last night, and then we added these tree columns. So now we have like a little stair going up to the community room. I mean, community center. And then we just impromptu made a little like outdoor library underneath. I watched a video on how to glitch because these stairs are supposed to be indoor stairs. So if you place them inside and put like a little incline attached to it, select the incline, select all, and then bring it outside. And then I was able to then added these little inclines here so that you could at least walk up the stairs and into the impromptu balcony that we made. So little things, y'all. It was starting to look like a club entrance yesterday, and then when we decided to add these columns, then it felt a little more cozy versus just like a club entrance. I don't know how I feel about this. I wish I could make this like up just like a little bit. Most things can be glitched with a bowl. Like something like this where this L-shaped couch is just two couches put together. So you put a bowl on one couch and then you select the bowl, select all, and then you merge it in together. Stuff like the stairs are a little different. You have to place it inside. I did it with a ramp. I just put the little ramp on the side, selected the ramp, and then brought it out, which I can show y'all. You want a daily affirmation and a positive donut? Okay, hang on. Let me do the daily affirmation first, and then I'll do the donut. Oops. Oh yeah, I got you. I'm just shuffling the cards. Alright. This one is called Unique Power. My uniqueness separates me from the monotony of others, and I find great joy in this. Blending in is no longer in my vocabulary. I will shine like the moon and the stars over everyone I meet, and I will never again let others diminish my light. This one is uniqueness. That is your positive affirmation, and then you also wanted a positive donut, which these are a crapshoot because you never know what the heck that they might get lost in translation. Oh my gosh, that one's so inappropriate. I'm not reading that one. All right, this one is God only knows. This one is number 9. Oh my gosh, this is so corny. Donut, underestimate your power. Donut, underestimate your power. Wait, can you read that? Corny. Be unique and don't underestimate your power. That's it. Donate. Oh my god. Donut. Underestimate your power. You want to try something real quick? Okay. So when it comes to the stairs, I'm just gonna show y'all so it makes more sense. So you know what I'm actually trying to say here. Who doesn't have stairs in their house? So I can use your house for a second. So what you do is, it doesn't matter where you place your stairs, right? You just want to place your stairs. And then you're going to want to put a ramp on the side of the stairs. Make sure it's touching. You alt on mouse and keyboard, it's alt select to group all, right? You grab the incline and then you place it wherever you want to place it outside. And I think you can do it with any stairs, so it doesn't have to be these. It can be the ones that are straightforward as well. And then when you're done, you just pick up the... Because you can't place it, right? It has to be... Like, you can't place it again. I just looked this up. Like the other day when I wanted to make those stairs. I was like, no, there's got to be a way. Like, there's got to be a way to put to do the stairs. So I just looked this up. I did not know how to do this prior to the other day, y'all. That's why, like, never stop learning. That's why there's no such thing as a stupid question. Somebody can learn something from something. That is the whole point. I do want to try something, and I don't know how to do this, and I'm just gonna just freeball this. I'm just curious if it's possible to do. Wait, I need a plushie. Where are the plushies? Are all the frogs up top? I'm gonna just grab this guy then. Hello? 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 It was like trying to glitch to the wall. There we go. Like I said, I don't know how to do any of this stuff, but I'm gonna just attempt to do something. Wait, can I not put this up here because I can't see? Ah, I need a box. I need a box. Being too short. Y'all, there is a mystery outfit giveaway if you'd like to enter. If you did not already see it. Nope. I think I did something wrong. Dude, I don't know how to glitch for shit, so I don't know why I'm even actually attempting this. But I don't actually know what the heck I'm doing. Wait, do you have to put it on there first and then bring it back down? Or do you bring it back down and then put the thing on there? F if I know. Okay, just type to me. False place it? Like can't, I don't know how to do all that. Like putting it down and not, I don't know how to do all that. I'm just guessing. I'm truly just guessing. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to put you down. Come here. F if I know. Alright, I'm gonna leave this for you to sort out. Somebody else can practice it. I don't know shit. Oh, I could be fishing. I haven't fished on this spot yet. Where is the fishing? Wait, I think I have a hook on. Oh yeah, I do. But down here. Oh. Wait, is this the fishing location? Oh yeah, because you can access it. Oh my gosh, this is a gorgeous fishing spot. I don't have the same makeshift couch over here, y'all. So, what the heck was that? Wait, check in-game chat? Wait, what about in-game chat? I don't see anything. Oh shoot, I needed those. Did I water? Gosh, I can't remember if I watered yet. If you're typing, maybe I don't see in my in-game chat. Maybe it's broken for me. Is there something supposed to be there? Because it's definitely not. I don't see anything in in-game chat besides what was already said. It might be a bit broken at the moment. I think I have to leave and come back. We'll put a couple bookshelves there too. Oh, yes, yes, I can see that. Yeah, it truly was bugged out for a second. I need to swap to the other plot here in a sec. Oh, I was just practicing. I don't necessarily, it doesn't need to be floating. I was just practicing. I was just messing around. It wasn't something that actually needed to be done. I really was just truly just messing around. I don't actually know how to do it, so I was just messing around to see if I could. Clearly I can't. I'm a stick to stairs and bowls. Let me see how many books I have, because I realize when you look up books, it doesn't pop up that way, so I have to manually look for them. But I think I have like a couple of each book. Okay. Coming. Okay, putting present on there. After this, is everyone ready to do essence farming? When you put the present down, you click to put it down and your number bar for something placeable at the same time. Okay. So instead of putting the present down, you're hitting the other number. Got it. And so then you put that item on the thing on the shelf. And so basically you have to start whatever height you want it to be. The shelf would have to be at whatever height you want to float it to. And so then when you grab the present, it should be floating. Got it. So if I grab this present, it's floating. Ah, I'll see. Okay, I want to see if I can actually attempt it. Let me see if I can actually do this myself. So you put the present down. You pick up said present. You wait. How do you get to your numbers when you're picking up something? Oh wait, there. Now it's there. It wasn't there a second ago. Oh wait, no, it's not. You just have to pretend like you are. You have to just remember what number it is. Wait, how come it's actually not letting me place it? Do I have to cancel? Huh? Oh shoot. Sorry, I'll read that in a second. I just had other stuff in my inventory at the time. Oh, but it worked. Oh, but it worked. Oh, so that's how people float things. I see. Mr. Frogbert, do you want to float over this? I guess it doesn't matter what number you put it on. You just have to have it in a number. But just use one just to, so you don't have to remember. It doesn't matter what the item is. You just have to use a number, right? It doesn't have to. It has to be but it has to be a placeable item. Okay, something you can place. Okay, got you. Okay, makes sense. That totally makes sense. Also, let me invite you to the party. So it has to be placeable. Okay, cool. Well, now we know how to float a frogbert. Not me actually sitting here like, well, how can I float this guy? But he's fucking huge. I have an idea, but like, it's probably gonna be just so flippin' impossible. Because it's so giant. It's so giant. There's no way, right? Right. Are you the only one here? Yeah. Okay. I can come to your. I can come. I just want to make sure I didn't want to kick Darth off. Y'all remember when the list used to jump and you would just end up on somebody's random plot? Because honestly, that was crazy. Did you glitch this tree out here? Sorry. Where'd you go? What about the island? Oh, this is new. Wait, this is really cool. This definitely wasn't here last time, right? How the heck did you get this up here so high? Also, if you're like scared of heights, don't be up here because this is kind of high. This is kind of high. Not gonna lie. Um. Oh, okay. But how do you? But this is like an actual giant platform. How do you glitch it? Not with obviously with the present. Would you do it with the paper? Because this is such a huge. Or did you do it with like the floors and stuff, like how we did the cooking plot? Our cooking plot isn't supposed to be floating. It has a bit of a floating area, but that's not on purpose. That's because it was on a mountain before, and it's no longer on a mountain. Okay, yeah. We've done the floor. I've done the floor glitch thing because of the cooking area. It's off plot. Also, these look like little macaroons, and these are so cute. What table is this? Oh, your plushie. The obsidian kitsune that you got. Oh, it's so cute. Hi, Oreo. How's it going? Okay. Are we ready to go do essence farming, y'all? Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna move servers. It's always be doing the most. It's always be doing the most. I don't think Darth is here. All right. Got it. I will well, Darth is on their phone using the Wi-Fi, so I will message Darth here in a sec. Okay, I'm gonna get ready. We're gonna go do some essence farming, y'all. If you would like to join, oh shoot, I was supposed to put those books down. If you'd like to join, I'll have to get some more books. But we're gonna go do essence farming, y'all. If you'd like to join, come on through. I think there's a way to do it. To glitch the Giga. Welcome in, everybody. We are actively pushing for partner, so if you would like to lurk and hang, you're more than welcome. Files are anonymous. We do have a mystery outfit giveaway that is sponsored by Owl. So feel free to hang out if you'd like. We are gonna go do some essence farming. This whole plot is just beyond adorable. It is so perfect in every way. Okay, I'm gonna grab some lures. Yeah, just put it in the Palia chat. If anyone else has any lures, feel free to bring them out as well. Dude, I don't have any more gold. I'm out of gold. Oh my gosh, I'm out of gold. Okay, Lunaria, we'll be here. Good luck, good luck. Oh, let's do a re-water really quick. I need to water the apples before we go. Unless I already did. I just forgot. Huh? What you mean? Oh, that was the only thing I needed to water. These are still ready. Okay. To Elderwoods we go, y'all. To Elderwoods we go. Do you need anything? I just want to make sure that these are not getting watered, y'all. Those are never getting watered. Those are staying the way that they are. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Got you. So it was an unintentional glitch. So it was an unintentional glitch. All right. Let me grab some focus food actually, and then I'll. Even though I always forget to use it and it goes away real quick. We are heading to Elderwoods, Darth. Oh no, I'm putting the statement out because there's a lot of people that didn't know like what needs to be watered, what doesn't. So I would just say just water the apple trees, if anything. Darth, are you staying on the plot? Cause I'm about to mosey. Oops. Just taking a quick. You just need bug bombs, yeah. We're gonna be doing frogs and those bugs. Which I might. Do I need to go get some bug bombs? No, I think I'm good. I'm good. That is all you need. Did you get the party invite? I'm not sure if it ever went through. I might be a little bugged at the moment. Is there anybody else that would like to join for essence farming? I'm gonna change to the bag of illusions if someone else wants to do bright eye. Or yeah, to do bright eye. So we need lots and lots of essence, y'all. We need as many shimmerflies as we can get. The next time I see the message for how long is the giveaway? The next time I see the message for the giveaway, I will pin it. It's just not pinned at the moment. There is a mystery outfit giveaway, y'all. Darth, do you want to put on bright eye? Oh, my chat's broken. Love that. If you're typing, I don't see it. Hold on, let me just... Nope. Why? I feel like the chat just be breaking. Nope. That also probably means I can't send out a party invite. Y'all, let me restart my game. Because that's probably... Okay. I'm going to leave the party. If I'm even in one. I'm gonna restart my game really quick so that I can send out party invites, because currently I cannot. Give me one sec. But we're still meeting in Elderwoods, y'all. A4, so go to Mobus Way and then A4, up on that cliff. Okay, reloading Palia. Oh, I didn't change my outfit to red. Oh my gosh, let me go back and change my outfit. Completely forgot. Okay. No, you're out here. Okay. I will let me see if I can send invites when I get back in, y'all. Kels, what plushie did you get? Alright. I don't think I'm on the same server as everybody. Alright, color of the day is red. What outfit have I not worn in a while? I just have to be able to turn off the test. What's the name of this? Sweetbriar. Oh my gosh, I don't know what color this was. Wait, is there a headpiece for this one? I think I'm just gonna do this one. All right. Let me. Are y'all on the same server? Because I know Darth was on the server I was on. Okay, I see Al, I see Darth. Okay. Perfect. Now I just gotta see if my parties will work. Who else has like Bag of Illusion, Bright Eye? Because we're gonna probably have to have 2 parties, and both parties need to have Bag of Illusion and Bright Eye. So I think we'll have 2 parties of 3. As long as the second party has Bright Eye and Bag of Illusion. Snowy, do you have Bag of Illusion? I have maxed out Bag of Illusion, and I think Darth has the maxed out Bright Eye. So we're good there. Yeah, so Bag of Illusions is the one that you use when things are infected. Bright Eye will give you more essence. So that's why both the second group needs to make sure that you have Bright Eye and Bag of Illusion. So one person has Bag of Illusion, one person has Bright Eye. Because we're trying to maximize how much essence we get. Okay. Who else is coming out here? And if you could put on Bright Eye. That way, I'll have you group up with Snowy. And you'll have Bag of Illusion and then Bright Eye as well. Red, do you have Bright Eye? Do you have Bright Eye? Amulet, Red? Or Bag of Illusion? Snowy, do you have both? Or you definitely only have Bag? You only have Bag? Snowy, do you only have Bag? Okay. Snowy, I'm gonna invite you to the group. Is your bag maxed out? Is both of your guys' bags maxed out? Or is it level 1? Because I will go back and put on Bright Eye. And then I'll just group up with one of y'all that has bag. You can look. You can look and see what it is. If it's 4, it's maxed. Yours is max, Red? Okay. Alright, I'm going to invite you to the group. And then I'm going to leave the group and get in a group with Snowy. I'm going to run back and put on Bright Eye. And then we should be good. Did you get the invite, Red? Okay. I'm just gonna do that. I'm going to leave. I'm gonna invite Snowy. Alright, so I will be right back. I'm gonna go equip my bright eye really quickly, and then we'll start. And then both groups will have it, and we'll be good to go. And then I have a couple spaces in my group, and then you guys have one space, and we'll be good. And then we'll be good. I didn't see their name. That was their name? Y'all, I'm doing too much. Doing too much. Snowy, did you get the party invite? Did it work? Oh, I went to the Grove instead of Mavis. Oh my gosh, who am I? Oh my gosh, who am I? Did that message get pinned? Okay, it did. Perfect. Alright, y'all, 30 more minutes for the mystery outfit. This is probably the only one we have because this one is sponsored for the night. So get your entries in if you'd like to enter. Okay, Bag of Illusion and Bright Eye Amulet, both groups. Everybody ready? Yeah, if you want to sponsor a mystery outfit, there's a link for the coffee. It kind of floats around in chat. I forgot where I was going. Alright. Let's do it. I'm gonna put the lure over here so that we're not going so far around. That is cool. We are looking for infected ones, and I have seen nothing but regular bugs. These are good for money as well, so if you did want to hit them, you can. They don't have to necessarily be the infected ones. You can hit everything, yeah. You can sell these for money. I would hit infected only. I mean, there's none infected showing up currently. There's one over here though. It went down already. Because that's the thing, is that these goes down really quickly too. So what are you doing? Spooking all the other ones and only hitting infected? Because... Huh? Wait, am I still in the party? And why am I seeing party messages? Wait, how am I seeing your party message? Yo, wait. Actually, hold on. How am I seeing your party message if I'm not in your party anymore? I feel like this is some sort of invasion of privacy or something, because that's wild work. How is that possible? Wait, how is that possible? I know I was in the party with you, but like, how am I wait, huh? You see Snowy's messages too? Okay. I don't understand. Y'all, we broke some sort of chat code, cause I swear that's crazy. Well, wait. Are we all sharing loot now? Too? Like, wait, are we sharing loot too? Cause that's crazy. Wait, are we? Oh wait, hold on. I need one person to, wait, hold on. I need one person to hit something and I want to see. No, we're not. 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 Because I didn't get credit for what red hit. We aren't. That's wild though. We aren't sharing loot, but what the hell? Do we like it better with the lure being up against the wall? It's less running around, I feel. Yeah, I swapped y'all. Well, do we get enough essence over at C6 though? Oh wait, C6. Are you talking about this down here in the deep woods? Sorry, where are we talking about C6? Oh wait, are you talking about the one that's up on that little cliff? Well, I just feel like we run around to. Do we want to do do we want to do that one instead of here at A4? Okay, so after this lure, do you want to go to the cliffs then? Okay. Let's do it. I'll just wait for this one to be done. Y'all, there is a mystery outfit giveaway if you'd like to enter. Got probably like 25 minutes at this point. I would leave that tree up. The tree helps spawn infected. So leave the tree. Don't cut the tree. As we wait for more infected to show up. Dude, none want to pop up now. Usually the tree helps, but now I'm not seeing a thing. Well, there's one. Oh, there's two. Okay. Do we want to go to the cliff instead? Going towards dock. Okay. It's a smaller space. If there was more of us, I think it'd probably be that A4 would be a better spot. But since there's a few of us, I think to save us from having the headache of running around too much. You mean this one over here, right? By the Ogapu? Okay, here. Y'all, we are doing some essence farming if anyone would like to join. We are now at C6 up here on the cliff. Just waiting on red. Oops, I'm falling off. Red, we moved spaces. Unless, Red, you're not here, are you? I just don't see you. There you are. I mean, if you want to hit all of them, I don't know if, like, I mean, they're gonna disappear anyway at this point. So, might as well just hit them for money if you want them. It's also really bright over here. It's kind of hard to see them infected. Also, I'm not seeing a single frog. Oh, hey, a frog. As I said it. Okay. Are we getting anything infected over here? Like, at all? Oh, there's one. Oh gosh. One. We got one. Oh man. There's another one. Oh man, it's gonna take a while to get that 10,000. Holy. What's faster, y'all? Chopping trees? Or hitting bugs? Cause this might take a minute. Oh wait, there's more popping up now. Alright, what do we think? Stay with the bugs? Did we really get any essence? I'm just not seeing that many infected bugs pop up. Maybe it's just a chance anyway. Oh, hey look, immediately an infected frog. And a bug. But there's hardly any infected. Would y'all prefer to cut trees? Like, just find trees that are infected and cut them? Hi, Lola. How's it going? I don't know what's, like, more efficient. Because it doesn't seem that there's hardly any infected bugs. Like anywhere. Hi, Keem. How's it going? Yeah, I know the infected trees help. Maybe I can cut these trees and maybe we can get one of these to come back infected. Just made it home. Glad you made it home safely. I'm just, sorry. I'm just chopping these to see if they come back infected. I don't know if they will or not. Because there's no trees right here, so that makes it a little more complicated. Y'all, there is still, let's see, 14 minutes left to enter the giveaway. How are we feeling? What do y'all want to do? Do you want to keep trying? Do you want to try a different location? Do you want to try frogs over in the deep woods instead? Maybe we might have more luck with infected ones. What do we think? Gosh, I have so many messages. I don't know what half this stuff is. Some of the stuff was drop related. Some of it is, I don't know what half that stuff is actually. If we go to the one in Deep Woods, we have a chance of doing frogs. And not bugs. Maybe we have more chance of getting infected ones over there. Or do y'all want to keep trying here? I'm totally fine to keep trying here. It's just not very many infected are coming out. So, completely up to y'all. Okay. I'm gonna go check the deep woods and see if there is a spot we can go there. Usually the spot where we do frogs seems to spawn infected well enough, but I'm gonna go check the deep woods. Maybe we'll have better luck there. We're not having much luck out here. There's just not very many infected that are popping up. There's not a group of trees here. There is a group of trees here, but they're not infected. There is a platinum on me, y'all, in the deep woods. Oh, it's already flared. That means it's already been hit. It's probably gonna start flashing soon. gosh, I'm stuck. Okay. Do we want to try our normal spot for frogs over here? Try our luck there. Chels, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Incredibly kind. There's like a little infected plant here, but I don't know if that's gonna help or anything. Thank you for the sub hype. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the Prime. I greatly appreciate it. We can try here and see what happens. I feel, y'all, look at that Ogbu chasing you. It's literally about to jump. Oh god, it's about to jump over you, Snowy. Oh my gosh. Oh, Red put one down. I don't have my bag out. I wouldn't necessarily go for bugs. I would just go for frogs, because they will give more. They'll give you more infected essence when they are infected versus the beetles. There's one. There's two. Gosh, there's so many. Okay, let me loot. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't know. I guess everything. Oh, there's a wisp. I don't know. Maybe just hit everything, y'all. Like anything that's infected. Because I don't know what gives. I don't know what gives the most. Do the bugs give the most? Or do the frogs give the most? There's another one. Well, we're getting more infected items out here, so that's a plus. I think the bugs give more. Because the frogs are only giving 8. Maybe we can get some of the bugs to come infected. I don't know. Okay. Dude, I don't know. I don't know what's the best route here. I feel like A4 is still the better route, but there's a lot of space for the small group of us, right? But that was still very little S. So, I'm not sure, y'all. I don't know what the best route is here. Because now it's starting to slow down again. Now we're not seeing any essence. I mean infected. I mean infected. I mean, I'm at 1100 essence right now, so we can try another round and see how it goes and hope for the best. Maybe get a plushie out of it. Oh, here's a bug. Oh gosh, it went away. I was trying to wait to hit it. Yeah, the bugs definitely give the most essence. One bug gave 27. So the bugs are giving more than the frogs. Just as an FYI. So we might we might want to try to find a spot where we can get bugs and them being infected. Let me just keep an eye on the giveaway. We have 5 minutes, y'all. 5 minutes to enter the giveaway. So I will say bugs will give the most. Frogs will give the least. So we probably should find maybe a spot that has bugs instead. Ooh, another wisp. It's in the trees. Oh, he's still moving. Oh my gosh, he's still moving. There we go. Yeah, the bugs for sure are giving the most essence. So we might want to go back to the other spot and kind of just wait it out. Because if we're focusing on essence, that's our best bet, is to get the essence from the beetles. The frogs only give you 8 to 10, but the beetles are giving like 20, 25, 28, 30. And 50 with the party bonus. But I think that'll be our better bet, is to go back to the spot that has the bugs. Because infected bugs give more essence than infected frogs. And there's a flotato right here. Just killed the enchanted blue Cernic and the bag pop spawned like 500 meters underground. 500 meters underground? Jeez Louise. Y'all, I think our best bet is to go back to where bugs are. That'll give us the most infected than the frogs. So either we can go back to A4 or we can go back to C6. But that is unfortunately our best bet for essence. So we probably have to mosey back that way. A4? Okay. I'm gonna take the climb back up. And I'm gonna mosey that way. That way if anybody wants to just spawn on me, you can. Once I get there. Alright, we're going back to A4. A4 in the Elderwoods, y'all. A4 in the Elderwoods. For bugs. I don't know where Red went. Sorry, y'all. I know this is a lot of back and forth, but we're just trying to maximize our time. So this might be a little bit of a trial process, but I think our best route is to just wait out the bugs at A4. Ah, gotcha. Okay, I'm back at A4, y'all. I didn't fully chop these trees in case anyone else needs wood. Oh gosh, I need to sell. My bags are full. Maybe I'll chop these trees and run home real quick and drop all this stuff off. Alright, we have a winner. Keem. Keem, are you there? You won the giveaway. Keem? Keem? Keem, are you there? Keem, are you there? Keem, are you oh my goodness, Keem. Oh my gosh. I'm like, Keem, are you there? Hello, Keem? Keem, you won the giveaway. Congrats, Keem. Congrats, congrats. The bobber vote? The bobber vote is in the Discord, y'all. Run to the Discord. Not my Discord. Not my Discord. The Palia Discord. No vote? Okay. Shark fin. Ooh, a shark fin. Oh my god. A glowing ancient flow bug? Cheese is crazy. Cheese is crazy. Cheese is crazy. A rubber duck, though. Oh no. Rubber duck is totally gonna win. Rubber duck is totally gonna win. A glowing ancient flow bug would be cute too, though. You can take multiple votes, y'all. Multiple votes. There's multiple votes. Oh, but I really... Y'all, which one do we... I kind of want the rubber duck. But the rubber duck should glow a little bit. Should glow a little bit. That's what I think. The rubber duck should glow a little. You voted for the ancient glow bug? I voted for ancient glow bug and rubber duck. I put out 2. I voted E and C. Rubber duck is totally winning right now, though. It's between those two, the ancient glow and the rubber duck. Well, see, your odds are you know are better when there's less people who are entering into the giveaways. So, I didn't put it in my title today because I wasn't focusing on giveaways today, but I did have the one that Al sponsored, so you know, it's there. And you essentially can win once per stream. So if you're here, you have more chances to win outfits. You voted shark and duck? Okay. The shark fin would be cute, but it'd also be hella distracting with the shark fin when you're trying to catch sharks. But, you know, they might make it cute. All right, here we go, Keem. Are you ready? Hopefully you get something incredible and amazing and super, super cute. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Street style. I love this outfit. I wear this outfit all the time. I love this outfit so much. I wear it in purple all the time. It's such a cute one. Congrats, Keem. Congrats, congrats. All right. I'm gonna chop these trees. Thank you, Al, for sponsoring the outfit. If anyone else would like to sponsor an outfit, there is a link for a coffee. I think it kind of floats around in chat as a timer. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Did we already get this tree? This tree just like just showing up now? Did this tree just randomly show up or? Okay, I'm gonna go home really quickly and offload all of this stuff, and then I'm gonna come back and we're gonna do some more lures. They're glitching for you? The trees are glitching for you? I just keep getting like weirdly teleported. So I'm not sure what that's about. Oh shoot. I thought I was in my box, y'all. I swear I thought I was in my box. I did sell the things I wanted to sell, but I was trying to keep this stuff. I was like, wait, that is not my box. That number is not going up. Alright, let me just water the apples really quick. I'm pretty sure they're ready. Oh, we have another tree. No plushie, y'all. Oh my gosh, I have gotten so many apples and zero plushies. Alright. Let me make sure I don't have... Okay, I do. Alright, we're good. It's a cute outfit. I'm telling you, I have that outfit. I love it. It's a very cute outfit. Oh no. Oh no. When they start going quiet, they usually getting into something. That would always be. I appreciate y'all hanging and lurking while we actively push for partner. Every little bit helps. Okay, I am heading back to y'all. Wait, are we all on the same server? Wait, it's noise here. Oh gosh, is everyone else at home? You need like 6K money? Okay, I'm gonna sit here, let y'all teleport to me whenever y'all are ready to do so. Oh, you're about to hit max. I'm just gonna take a quick stretch break, y'all. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break. But yeah, I will be right back, y'all. I'm back. Let's see. All right. Hi, Lunaria. Let me invite you. Does anyone else need an invite or coming out here? That's so weird. Okay. Stop it. Where'd you get that sticker from? Have we always had that sticker? What are those eyes? Wait, hold on. Where is that? Have we always had that Frogbird sticker? Wait, where is that? Here? No, those aren't stickers. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, it's from the path, isn't it? That's cute. That one is cute. Okay. Is everybody here that is ready to start? No worries, Red. It's all good. Somebody in the first group needs to put on Bag of Illusions though. No worries, Red. It's all good. It's all good. Somebody in the first group have Bag of Illusion? Or Lunaria, do you have Bag of Illusion? Maxed. Okay. Darth, I'm gonna have you join the other group. I'll have you join the other group. So if you want to leave the group, and then I'll have Darth invite you to the other group, then you can put on your Bag of Illusions. And then I think Darth already has Bright Eye on. So if you want to bounce out of this group, and then Darth will invite you to the other group. And then both groups will have Bag of Illusion and Bright Eye. We just want to maximize. Wait, why did you leave the group? Wait, why did you leave the group? Aren't you in a group with Owl? Okay. Just No, yeah, Darth, I just wanted you to invite. No, I didn't mean for you to leave. I meant for you to invite Lunaria. But it's fine. Let's just, if you need to redo the groups, or Al, are you now the leader? Could you invite Lunaria and Darth back? Hi, Ellen. How's it going? Welcome in. Sorry if I misspoke, but I meant for the first group to have Bag of Illusion, and I don't know if Red is there. I don't know if Red is still in the game to be able to kick them. So if you guys need to make a new party, I would do that first. Because Red said that they went to go help a neighbor, so I'm not sure if Red is there. Yeah, so what I would do is make a whole new party. Just everybody leave the first party. and then make a whole brand new one. And then if Darth, you want to send the invites out to everybody, that'd be great. And then Lunaria, if you could, once you get in that party, to go put on Bag of Illusion, and then you guys will be good to go. Sorry for the confusion. It gets a little crazy. I just want to be able to maximize our time and effort. I'm not sure if Lunaria is there. Lunaria, leave the party you were in, and then Dart's gonna reinvite you. You did? Oh. Okay, well, they already put lures down because they want to come here to put down lures, so I'm gonna let them do what they need to do while we sort out what we need to do. Okay. You're good, Snowy. No worries. Okay. Then all y'all will need to do is get Bag of Illusion. And then you'll be good to go. I would leave that tree there. I wouldn't chop that tree. I can invite them to my party. I invited them. I'm not sure if they accepted it, but I invited. I'm actually not sure if it even went through. Are my parties broken? I'm like, are my parties broken? I sent them an invite, but I'm not sure. Nah, my parties are broken. Darth would have to do it. Y'all, I think parties are just beyond broke. Yeah, let me. I went to the store and came back. See if that works. Oh, they're chopping down the tree. It's honestly too late. They already chopped it. They already chopped. There was like no way for me to. There was no way for me to say anything before they chopped it. They were already like full chop. It'll come back. It'll come back, Al. That they respawn fairly quickly, so it should be fine. we'll get it. We'll get another tree, and we'll just make sure to just say not to chop the next one when it pops up. See, there's another one. We'll just leave it. I'm just. Oh wait, are you already? I don't want to repeat. Okay, yeah. Okay, you're typing it perfect. I was like, I don't want to repeat saying it to them. I don't want to feel like we're ambushing them. Wait, no, they're already chopping it. Just kidding. I guess that just... Never mind. Never mind. That is definitely getting lost in translation. It's fine. It is what it is at this point. They're popping up, so we can just not worry about it. Their English is very broken, so I don't think that we're gonna get the point across. There's an extra essence potion? There's an extra essence potion? What extra essence potion? Shh. Say less. Say absolute less. I am going to go buy that thing right now. Do you mean with the coins? I got coins. I could use those. We're not fishing at the moment. I'll be right back, I promise y'all. I had no idea there was an essence potion. Is that one new, or has that always been there and I just didn't know? I knew about the fishing one. Yeah, I never knew about that one. Or maybe I just never paid attention to it because I always wanted the fishing potion and like who needed essence, but now we need essence and like here we are, you know? How long is the potion? I've always needed essence. Oh, it's 3 hours? What the? Darkness? Darkness, are you here somewhere? Darkness, is that you? Darkness! Darkness, how long have you been up there? Like, actually. Like, how long have you been up there? What the hell? Oh, my party's still broken? I bet you didn't get that invite. Oh my gosh, this is actually giving so much. I was shooting fireworks, but I ran out of them. Oh, that was you? Oh my god, you have been here a minute. I would love to invite you to the party, but my game is broken at the moment, so I'm gonna have to reset. Darth, if you want to try inviting Darkness, were you able to get that other person at the party? Yeah, so it gives more essence. So the potion, it says increases the rate at which you acquire infected essence. So you actually get more essence. It's like the angler potion, you know, increases your rate, but it's not guaranteed, you know. Well, I wouldn't chop the other one though. I will leave that one. Dang, where all the bugs go? Oh my goodness gracious me. I think parties are broken at the moment. I think parties are very broken at the moment because I'm not... Like, no one's able to send any sort of invite, right? Do we want to put 2 lures or are we good with 1? Darkness. Hi, Keem. Darkness and Keem, do you guys want to start making a party? Y'all would need at least Bag Evolution. Because we can't seem to invite anybody. we actually broke. Okay. So I'll just keep the 1. Are we fine with the placement being there, or would we prefer the placement to be further out? Okay. I was trying to just like minimize the spread of the bugs. That's why I kind of put it there. Ooh. We'll have a party bonus. At least now we're getting more. So this is good. Because before we weren't getting shit. And these bugs sell for a decent amount of money, so you can use this for money as well. Oh, this frog does not want to be caught. Another frog? Oh, that thing went down with like literally one hit, y'all. One singular hit. Oh, did that person leave? Oh, they did. I mean, it's not that we weren't not inviting them. we couldn't. Our parties are just broken. Like nobody can seem to invite anybody. Wait, Keem and Darkness, were you guys able to get into a party together at least? Okay, perfect. Well, at least y'all were gonna be able to get into a party. It's just chaos. For some reason, I can't slow down on the horse today. So it wasn't working for me. Huh. Interesting. Did maybe something get changed in your keybinds? And I'm trying to like guess on like what possibly could have be the issue. Like maybe something changed, which is a strong possibility that something changed. Oh my gosh, I am so behind on bags. So sorry. I got 4 Elder Fun Guys earlier, 3 back to back, and oh my gosh, you have some insane luck. What the heck? How? Wait, how? That's wild. Okay, they put a lure behind us, just as an FYI, y'all. So, I guess just keep your eyes peeled for anything infected. And we're also getting grumpy as well because of their placement. Holy moly. Y'all, there's stuff everywhere. No worries. Take your time. We'll be here. I'm really just running around looking for... There are frogs literally everywhere. This is pure chaos, but oh hey look, I'm climbing. Could we just like not? I didn't mean to climb. But I also couldn't turn around. Did it go down in one hit? Wait, I'm sorry. What? What happened? You tried to buy something and something happened? Dude, all these frogs and bugs and things and no plushie. Not even a frog plushie? Where's the frog plushie? Alright. I keep hitting the wrong button. I keep hitting the wrong button trying to sort my life out. Is that a frog over there? Nope, that's people's. Oh my gosh, those are people's pets. I thought that was a frog. Oh my goodness gracious me. I legitimately thought their pet was a frog. I already hit pets. Oh my gosh. It's not intended, but here we are. Oh, I gotta repin my message. I'll just copy this. No, we haven't done RTB yet. We're still essence farming. Sorry. I'll put the lure back. I'm just trying to type a message. Sorry, I don't know if I have anyone who can type what I had put up there before. Go on my creator dashboard for like 0.2 seconds and then get off of it. Make sure that this pin message stays. Okay, we're good. Okay, I'm gonna loot everything and I'm gonna catch up. Dude, it's so hard to see the infected ones in the daylight. This is so much easier at night. But yeah, we haven't done any RTB yet. Maybe in like 30 minutes, y'all, we can swap over and do some RTB if you'd like. See how much essence we can get in 30 and then empty and then try for RTB. Does anyone else have lures to put down? Alright, I'm at 3,000. You do? Okay. When this one runs out, okay, then y'all can use lures for RTB. If anyone has anyone now, you can put one here. Perfect. Then we'll use some lures for RTB as well. Oh, the 3 that you got from the news tab. You can you don't have to bring them now, but just bring them for RTB. We'll need them for RTB for sure. Thanks for hanging and lurking and vibing, y'all. Greatly appreciate it. We are pushing for partner. We are 2 out of 6 for this month. We still need 4 more. So fingers crossed we can get it. We thought maybe Tuesday would have put us over, but it did not. And that's okay. It still was a really good stream. I love that we have a little heart trigger. It's so cute. Final one. Wait, what final one? What are you talking about? Oh my goodness. You're like randomly spamming love in the chat. It's for a reason, I swear. It's a cute trigger. Absolutely not. We are nowhere near having the actual application unlocked. No. We are 2 out of 6. We are 2 out of 6 for this first month. That was somebody else's stream that you were in that needed one. I believe that was Rio. But Rio was able to apply, and he's still waiting. But he's got it. He's got it for sure. I have full faith that he got it. He believes I'm next, but you know, I hope and pray that I am. I have been streaming for so long. A lot of people thought I was already partner. I am not. I am not. One day I hope to be. Oh. I don't know where that lure just came from, but I didn't realize there was one sitting there. All I can do is hope for the best. But I appreciate y'all for lurking and leaving a tab when you can. It really, really helps. Every little bit helps. Aw, man, I meant to hit that tree before y'all chopped it, but it's okay. What is that? What is that emote? Wait, what is that emote? Wait, what is that? Is that a Dorito? Is that a Dorito being crushed? I'm really not sure what that is. It looks like a Dorito being crushed, but like, is it a Dorito being crushed? Am I just hungry? Maybe that's because I'm just hungry. I'm really not. I ate before I got on stream, y'all. It just looks like food to me. Y'all, this is chaos. Yeah, I ate a full meal. I didn't just snack. I ate a full meal before I got on stream. I usually eat before stream. I don't not eat before stream. Because then that would make me eat really late, like a meal really late, and I don't want to do that. Sometimes it does happen though. Y'all, we do have our sashimi party tomorrow, so if you want to sign up. If you have fish, sign up for fish. If you don't have fish, just sign up for rice. Oh my gosh, this is so chaotic. Okay, maybe this potion is onto something, because I started with 1,000 before that potion, and I'm already at almost 4,000. So, I think we're... Wait, what happened to the infected tree that was right here? Wasn't there an infected tree right here? Wasn't there an infected tree right here? Wasn't there a tree there? Someone cut it? Aw, man. Okay, nobody touch this tree. Hopefully. Hopefully. Wait, what potion? I was informed. Hi Zol, how are you? In the Kilima Town Hall. Oh my gosh, what is that what it's called? In the Kilima Town Hall, for Kilima coins, you can buy this infected perception potion, and it'll give you increased rate at which you acquire infected essence for 3 hours, just like the angler potion. So it's a 3-hour potion. And I had no idea it existed because I'm always looking for the angler potion and not the... Is there a frog plushie in here? Ooh, there is. I'm always looking for the angler potion and never anything else, so I had no idea it existed. Wait, another one? Another one? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, we're getting so many plushies right now. Another plushie? Another one? Oh, y'all got party bonus? Well, y'all get to add it twice then. You know what that means. If you need frog plushies, let me know. I got plenty. I have plenty to share. If y'all got two, just type it twice. If you got two, just type it twice. There's no numbers involved with this one. Oh my goodness. This person is literally just running around chopping the trees. They're not even hunting. They're just chopping trees. They literally chopped the tree and dipped. Well, we ain't keeping these trees for long. So how's our count looking? We're at 10? The count resets every day, y'all. I've tried to figure out how to keep it. I'll just have to go through the... What I'll do is I'll go through the VOD and just keep track of the number, and we'll add up the total at the end of the week. Because it resets after and I've tried to figure out how to keep it because some people have it where it's kept on the screen, but for whatever reason, I can't get it to stay. The number, I mean, after the stream is over. Y'all, do we want a second lure? This person keeps putting down a second one, but do we want a second one? It's too chaotic. Yeah, it kind of is. We're like we're running around with a chicken with their head cut off. I'm just trying to keep up, especially with the follow me. Wait, how did you lose one? Oh, because you were too far away? Y'all, we are gonna do the essence farming for a little bit longer, and then we're gonna swap over and do some RTB if we can. I'm hoping Bahari isn't too crazy and chaotic, but I've been told that it's chaos out there because the RTB's on the board. Lunaria went to go repair? Sell? Repair? Sell? Get more bug bombs? All of the above? Probably. I saw it in there, but between the plushie spam, I'm not entirely sure. I need more bombs. Ah, yeah, that's it. That's it. Exactly. We, along with the fairy mantis, will have the chance at. I mean, along with the RTB, we'll have a chance at fairy mantis. So, that is. That is a win, y'all. I love how they hit the tree like a couple of times because I think they're thinking someone's gonna come and chop it. And we're not trying to chop it. It is literally like one hit from being chopped down, and we're really not trying to chop it down. Okay. I would say if we really are going to be doing essence farming, this potion is really useful, y'all. Because I'm already at 4,500, and I started today at like 700. I got from 700 to like 1,000 or like 1,100 without the potion, and I'm already at almost 5,000 with the potion. That means that I'm closer to 10,000, and I can put a shimmerfly in front of everybody's door. Started at 2,000 and now you're at 3,800. Did you get the potion too? The only bad thing is the potion is 3 hours, so do we want to stay out here for a little bit longer so we utilize our potion a little? I don't see any. This whole oh, okay. Well, I guess the tree's gone. We didn't need to chop it. we really didn't. I had a feeling that they were gonna do it. I think they were just waiting for others to hit it. How much essence are you getting from the trees? Oh. Where did this random person just come from? Y'all, what is it with the random people coming around to chop the infected trees and walk away? They were not there a second ago. Like, there's plenty of, you know what I mean? There's plenty of trees everywhere. I don't know why you had to come all the way up here to do it. Did I just see a frog? It made me feel better. Oh my goodness. Y'all. How do we get here? Oh, there's another one. Of course. It was just that the plan was to do both RTB and, well, if they're planning on chopping this tree, then I'm gonna at least hit it once to get the, if they're gonna end up chopping it anyway, like I might as well take advantage of the thing. They're gonna chop it down anyway. The plan was always to do Essence and RTB today. I just didn't want to do RTB too late, if people weren't gonna be on really long. So I would hold off using your potion right now. I wouldn't pop it now because we're not staying out here for 3 hours. So I'm already gonna be sacrificing probably half of my potion, because I already popped mine. Unless we want to do RTB tomorrow, y'all. Unless we want to do RTB tomorrow, and then just focus on Essence today. That's also perfectly fine, because we do need a lot of Essence. I'm fine either way. We still have Saturday too, y'all, to do more bug hunting. So whatever's easier. If we want to do RTB, if we just want to focus on Essence today and then do RTB tomorrow or Saturday, we can do that. Since we need so much. This is true. We do have options to get plushies as well. So it's not a complete and total loss, you know? You have a chance at a rainbow frog and regular frog. Okay, so if we're down to just stay here for Essence, then if anyone wants to pop a potion, by all means do so. We'll be out here for a little minute. I know I need a ton of Essence for the community plot. Like, pretty much everybody wants another plushie? Heck yeah. Dude, we're racking in these frogs. We have so many frogs now. Everyone that got one, be sure to add it. Yes, I can try inviting you to my party. Parties seem to be a little broken at the moment. So I would say come out here and then we'll see who can invite you. But I'm going to try to invite you now to see if I can. If it doesn't go through, I would say just come out and then we'll see who can get you an invite. Right now there's 3 groups here. Just because we couldn't send out a party invite. Okay. Yeah, I think Darkness might be able to send you an invite. Darth and I both seem to be broken right now, so I think I just need to reset my game, which I think I need to do that anyway. The next time I go home, then I'll reset. If anybody else has any lures, though, if you want to grab those the next time you go home, I wouldn't go make a special trip now, but the next time you go home, I would grab some. And then I'll farm up some more. I just gotta farm with more gold. That's what I'm, like, hurting for. Keem's a party? Okay. Then Keem will be able to send an invite. That is the link, y'all. They're not out here yet. They're not out here yet, Keem. They're on their way, though. I'll let you know when they're here. Dude, I was just pushing buttons on that one, hoping that I actually hit it. Dude, how many frog plushies have we gotten? No worries. Take your time. I'll be here. It's all good. Wait, I totally hit. Okay, I was like, I totally hit that. 3? Dude. And y'all had a double at one point, right? So that's even more than that? Oh man, I am not hitting this. Y'all got another plushie? Dude, I'm trying to just keep up. There's so much going on. Oh, oh wait, the party invite did work. Never mind. Oh my gosh, it did work. It was broken before, it just now tells me that you're here. Cool. Alright. I guess parties are fixed again. I guess parties are fixed again. So I saw you get here and you had a green name, but at first it wasn't telling me that you were here. Hi Sandra, how's it going? Oh, you hardly get any essence from trees. I barely got any from that. This is so chaotic. This is so chaotic. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me go loot all the things. Bruh. Bruh, what happened? Yeah, I didn't hit it either, so I'm trying to keep up. It's just pure chaos. Dude, we're getting so many plushies right now. Wait, there's 2 frogs here. Oh my gosh, which one did I hit? Any more infected? Oh wait, I just saw one behind me. Alright. Essence farming commence. We need so many shimmerflies. So many shimmerflies. And the fact that it's 1,000 essence per is kind of a lot. Is that just me? Is that crazy into thinking that 1,000's a lot? Or do they know we farm it? Maybe they know that we farm. Wait, that short amount just gave me 90. Okay, this tree got to go. Evens away. How many plushies are we at? 16? That's like 16 or 18. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. No, we dropped a tree, a plushie, a tree on your head. 355 bug hunting, y'all. 355. That is too high. Like, I'm scared to know what my bug hunting is gonna be after this month because we have Insect Palooza. Not well played. Pond. One of these is infected. There's like 1,000 of them. I don't know which one it is. Dude, I am just trying to keep up with how many things there are. Also, I feel like I'm gonna need bug bags. I feel like I've been hitting so many things right now. I don't know what the hell I'm hitting. There's like 5 bugs here, and now there's a frog. Oh no, the frog was already down. Is that a frog over there? There's so many starred ones. Oh my goodness. Oh, frog. Ooh, and also infected. And another infected. 4 frogs spawned at once? Yeah, there's frogs everywhere. Like total chaos out here. Ah, there's a frog. And infected. No, see here's I'm trying to keep up with the frog, but there's also oops. I fell. There's also just like so many things. Like, I'm trying to hit the infected when I see them. I'm also trying to make sure I hit the frogs when I see them. I don't know what to hit. I don't know what to hit. There's so much. I'm just gonna focus on infected and frogs. If I can. And try not to hit anything else so I can save on bags. That may or may not work. I don't know. Y'all, if you need to run home at any point in time, I would just say go ahead. Unless if you have if you are the one that is responsible for bag of illusion, just let your group know so that they won't be able to hit the infected while you're gone. Or we can just take a collective break here in a second. where everybody can go home, sell, repair, grab more bug bombs, grab lures, and then come back if we want. Oh my gosh, I don't think I hit that one. There's so many bugs, I keep hitting the bug in front of it and not the infected one that I want to hit. I will have to sell here soon. I haven't seen any infected in a minute. They've all been normal. Anybody? Did I even hit that thing? Yes. LOL? LOL what? What happened? How the— wait, what happened? Did I miss something? What happened? Oh man, there was a frog there. It's off for like a second. Oh, yeah, the one frog I turned around and saw for a second went down, and it was a plushie, wasn't it? Of course. I was like, oh, there's a frog there. Didn't get to hit it. It went away. That is so me. That is so me coded. Cause it's such chaos because there's 2 lures going on. So I'm trying to turn around and hit as much as I can, but I can't keep up. I just can't. Like I'm hitting them as I see them, but I'm also turning around trying to catch everything else too. I just need to keep moving. I just need to keep moving. Y'all got a plushie? Y'all got another plushie? Oh yeah. Oh wait, are you counting the plushie that they just got? I forgot that y'all are in the same group. Okay. I think after the slur. No worries. Welcome back. Hope your dungeons went well. It's going pretty good. We are sitting at 6,000 so far. We started at around like 700, so I think it's going pretty well. I think after this lure, I'm gonna go home and sell y'all. Sell, buy some more bags. Grab lures if you have them, y'all. Wait, what happened? Like, did you see Lunaria jump from some crazy place and magically be somewhere else? Because that happens. Y'all, where are all the bugs at? Hello? Infected bugs? Where are you bees? They took a break? I think they took a break, y'all. I don't see them anywhere. Oh, there's one. Something about jumping. Something about you jumping from some place and something other. Oh. Now they're just appearing everywhere. Holy crap. Just got 67 from that one frog. Alright, y'all. Head home, sell, repair, and then we'll come back and do some more. Grab bug bombs, grab lures. You have 9, 5, 5. 5. Alright. Let's sell all of this. I might hit max. We'll see. I'm very close to hitting max. No, I'm gonna hit max. Or be exceptionally close. Do I need to go buy something to not be max? No, I'm gonna be close. I'm gonna be short. That's fine. Alright. Let me water really quickly before the time changes. Oh, it'll let you know if you're gonna go over max? Okay, perfect. Water your apples, y'all. Water your apples. Let me grab some fertilizer. Yeah, the bugs sell for a good amount of money. That's why we call that the money lure as well as the essence spot. Oops. Trying to be quick because I gotta go back. Oh my gosh. There we go. Alright, let me go grab some more fertilizer and take it back to the community plot and that'll be good. When those 6 apples are done, I'll bring them over here. I love that they follow you. It's really cute. Alright. Nothing but apples, y'all. Still no plushie. Alright. Water, please. Oops. Okay, water these. I don't know we're replacing them, but we'll water them. And then I think this light needs to be watered. And I think the last thing that needs to be watered is these trees here in the community plot. I mean in the cooking area. These guys. Okay. Done and done. Let me put everything away. Make sure I have enough bug bags. We'll be good to go. Just leave the sticker. Oops. I have a row. Oh, these. Thank you for the catch. These need to be watered as well. And then I think we're caught up for now. Okay. What do you need to make bug bombs? Oh. Did you need something? Or did you want to wait for the water? Wait to water? Since it's almost 6. Alright, repaired. Baby needs Fantasia. Alright. Enjoy you some Fantasia. Still so magical. Like, what the heck? Hands down, best bundle board prize ever. Also, hands down, best plot ever. We absolutely needed this. Alright. Rewater apples time. We just came over here at a good time. That one still needs to be watered. Let me water these really quickly. And I'll be good to go. Alright, sorry. No worries. Oh, not these. These. Oh wait, Darth, did you already water them? Darth, are you ahead of me? Alright, is there any other things that need to be watered? Oh, these hydrangeas do. Oh wait, you already did that. Is the light done? Light done? Are these done? Are all of these done? Oh, one of these has seeds. Oh, I'm so stuck. That is a crazy spot to be in. Huh. Oh, if any of these have seeds? Oh, let's see. Oh, this one needs to be watered. Oh wait, we're not watering that one. I don't think so. Oh, this one does. This one does as well. And this one does. I think that's it in terms of trees that have seeds. Do you want me to put them in here for now? Or just to water at least? Okay. Anything else? I have to swap to. Oh, you went over here. My bad. I need to swap to the other pot. And water those and then head back out to Elderwood. Are you moving anything else? Yeah, you are. I'll wait till you finish moving. Good? Okay. Oh my goodness. So many weeds. Like literally so many weeds. Okay, there you go. Gosh, where is it telling me to go? Oh, wait. Oh, no. I thought that said. Okay, we're good. We were good to go back out to the Elder Woods. Put this here. Good to go. Wait, are you still here? Oh yeah, you are. I'm just gonna wait till you leave. I don't want to teleport you off. Can we combine any of our groups together, y'all? Because right now it's just me and Zool and mine. I think I'm gonna need to teleport to one of y'all. We can consolidate. How many do you have in yours, Darth? Do you have 2 or do you have 3? Um, 3? Okay. So yeah. Darkness and Keem we can consolidate. I don't know why I didn't just join your server. Oh, because you joined me. Ha. Just kidding. Yeah, I see that now. Wait, are you leaving as in you're not doing anything else? Like, are you leaving? Because we still can't fully combine. Like, we still need 2 groups. We're only combining 2 of the groups, not 3 of the groups. We don't have space for all 3. So you don't need to leave to combine. My group is combining with Darkness and Keem. But your group of 3 is still a group of 3. So yeah, we have 3 total groups. Only 2 of the groups are combining. So when Keem gets out here, Keem can invite me, and then can invite Zool. So your group of 3 is still good. You didn't have Bag of Illusion or Bright Eye, right? So you're good. As long as those 2 items are still covered in your group, you're good to go. Then yeah, take all the time you need. I'm sorry. Let me leave group. My bad. Keem, you can invite me now. I left. Yeah, y'all come and go as you please. If you need to go take care of stuff, if you need to go, if y'all need to, not you must stay is crazy. I'm not sure if it worked. Oh, it did, but. And then Zool's around here somewhere. I saw them for like a second. Who has bag? Is it Darkness? Wait, Darkness, you say you're AFK for a second? You got bag on? I can go swap my to bag real quick. Oh, okay. If you want to go put it on. I have Max Bright Eye right now. So whoever wants to put on Max bag until Darkness comes back. No, you're good. You're good, Darkness. Take your time. We can do a little swap. It's no big deal. It's easy to swap these things around, y'all. So do not feel like you are stuck or bound to the thing that you are coming in with. We can always swap groups around and things around. It is never an issue. Did those that had lures bring some out? You got some? Okay, I have some too. I just want to make sure. But we'll do it, y'all. Hopefully we can get some in. Oh gosh, that was so loud. Ooh, a frog. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah. Anyone was free to place. Anyone was free to place. Everyone that said that they were taking a minute has already said they're taking a minute and to continue without them. So we are good. We are good to start. Another plushie? Yo. We are just getting so many of them today. And now that we're in 2 groups, it's gonna be a little easier. Holy frogs. Oh my gosh, we're getting the Grumpies one out here too? No way, what? What happened? You got another plushie? How did you get another plushie? From what? Not from what? From a frog, obviously. But like, where'd the plushie come from? Dude, there are frogs everywhere. I can't keep up. There's frogs everywhere. There's so many. If anybody would like to do some essence farming, feel free to join us. We're in A4 in Elderwoods. And we are getting tons of frog plushies for some reason as well. Another plushie? You got another plushie? Or you didn't add your other two? Because what the heck? You're just attracting all kinds of frogs. Oh, okay, you didn't add, okay. But still. But still, that's so many. Dude, this is so many grumpy frogs right now. Y'all don't got a plushie in here? Y'all don't got a plushie in here? I would say we're leaving trees, but they're gonna get chopped down regardless at this point. But just going forward, don't chop down any of the infected trees. We're trying to keep them. They tend to increase the essence that we see from the bugs. It might be a theory, I don't know. We'll find out. There are frogs just everywhere. I'm just trying to keep up. I'm so far stuck. None of the grumpies want to give us anything? Yo, this is bananas. This is actually chaotic. Intended or not, this is beyond chaotic. Trying to get all of this. Dude, I'm sitting at almost 8k essence. And almost halfway done with the potion. Dude, now we're getting a whole lot of essence. Y'all getting frogs down here? Y'all, I think we're gonna do RTB tomorrow or Saturday. Tomorrow we're doing our epic, our 200 times epic sashimi party. So if you have fish, sign up for fish. If you have rice, sign up for rice. So should we have an idea of who has fish and how many fish we are gonna be cooking. I mean, between Darth and I, we have a lot of fish. because we were doing some fishing. Oh, I totally missed that one. Yeah. 200, like we have, I would say 200. I'm saying 200 because that's just a guesstimate. 200 is probably more. They are aware that cooking is causing an issue, and they said that they're working on it. That they think that they figured out what the cooking problem is. So, worst comes to worst, if cooking is still a problem, like we'll test the waters. We'll test the waters with one fish, right? And we'll see if it goes smoothly and nobody crashes. If we're good there, then we'll continue. If it crashes, we'll just reschedule. We'll just reschedule until we can. Okay? That'll just be our plan. And then we'll just plushie hunt. But they are aware that cooking is causing crashes. So I don't know if cooking is still causing crashes, but they are aware of it. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. It is. A friend just messaged me saying it's crash cooking. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow. Like I said, we'll test one. If it's still, we'll test something. We'll test something. Maybe we won't waste a fish. Maybe we'll test a different recipe that we don't truly care about. And then if we crash, then we'll reschedule. If we make it through there with no issues, maybe by tomorrow they'll fix it. And then we'll go from there. I will say this update has been very rough in terms of all of the crashes and things. I'm glad they at least fixed the world crashing, right? We can actually be out here and be fine and exist in this space. So that is good. Yeah, you pretty much can do everything but cook. So that does put a wrench in the fact that we want to do some epic fish cooking. So if we need to reschedule it for like next Friday, we can do that. Just in case, like, it gives us time to make sure. But like I said, we'll test it tomorrow. If worst comes to worst, we'll wait. We'll wait a week to wait for everything to level out. I don't want anyone to miss out on any of that epic fish money. So if we need to reschedule it, we will. Not an issue. But it's crazy you can do everything but cook. What about cooking parties? We need money. Are you sitting at max almost? You're at max? Yeah, you gotta go buy some coins. Well, when it gets nighttime, just make sure you go to get coins. I'm probably gonna have to go buy some too. I will hit max with all the stuff that I have in my bags. Which is the first time ever hitting max, which is crazy. To think. Never hit max money before. The frog? Oh no, the bug. Dude, so much essence. We went from we're not sure if the essence is gonna pop up to now it's definitely there. It's definitely there, and this potion definitely is helping. Bug catching 190? Hell yeah. Your bug catching will definitely be will definitely exceed the limits after Insect Palooza, but that's at the end of the month, so that week, Insect Palooza week, y'all, is absolute bananas. Get your bug bombs ready, get your lures ready, get your smoke candles ready, get your food ready. Like, it's pure chaos. Like, you think right now it's chaotic because we got shimmerflies. Just wait. Wait till there's actual rewards on the line. Last year it was actual bananas. There was just people everywhere hunting. I'm bug catching. Oh my gosh, I know. We need so many shimmer. I want to get more of them. We'll have to do some more of those hunts. Honestly, it's probably best to do, well, I don't know. I like doing shimmerfly when we do Dustwing, because at least you're guaranteed Dustwing and shimmerfly. But it is also nice to be able to get the ladybug. So I guess going for both of those at the same time is probably the best way to go. Are we seeing any more infected? Did they take a break again? Oh, there's one. And a frog. Still. So many bugs now. Oh, frog. No flashing. Ooh, party bonus. Oh, I missed. I think now that we have a system, I think the Chulers is not so bad. It was chaotic as shit the first time we started. But now that we like are kind of we're spacing ourselves out enough where our teams are covering both lures, you know what I mean? So it's not as bad as it could have been. Oops. Oh, there we go. I was like, I couldn't move for a second. Ooh, that. Oh, wait. That wasn't one bug. I was like, I got 92, but that was not one bug. That's a +3. There's one by the toppler. Ooh, party bonus. Love to see it. Ooh, a frog. Oh, and another frog. And another frog. And just frogs everywhere. There's frogs everywhere, y'all. We're surrounded by tons and tons of frogs. I forget that if you place that lure there that you get the grumpies out here. So you're basically getting both. Just no wisps. Wisps don't spawn out here. They only spawn in the deep woods. Oh my goodness. Y'all have so many down here. It is almost time for underground. If anyone needs to buy anything in the underground for their money, just to say heads up, I am one of those people who needs to go to the underground to go buy some Zeki coins because I will hit max. Darth, when you hit max, they just chop the tree down. I don't know why he will come over here to chop. Why do we? Why do you have to come over here to chop? Why can't you? Why can't you chop somewhere else? Like, I don't know, like the deep woods, you know, where there's trees. You gotta come over here to chop. Yeah. After this lure, do we need to take a minute, go buy, sell, all that? I just don't want anyone to miss the chance to go get the Zeki coins since we have a time limit on those. Yeah? Okay. Alright, no more lures after this one, y'all. No more lures after this one. We'll take a underground break. So this is gonna be the last one over here, and then we'll take an underground break. I can't. I can't. Ooh! Y'all! There's a plushie right here. Wait, how come we haven't gotten any rainbow ones? Where are the rainbow ones at? There are bags everywhere. Oh, I didn't even see this frog here. Ooh, a rainbow one. Yay, we got a rainbow one too. Oh, is there one up there? I hear it. I hear it. Did you just get a random plushie with your group? I do need to go to the underground, so I do need to stop. Oh, I'm definitely not gonna make that. What am I doing? Nope. Gotta go higher. Okay. I am gonna go underground, y'all. Unless y'all are trying to finish out this last layer. Then we can finish out this last layer. I don't was it the random that put the layer down? Ah, gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna go home because I don't want to miss the time because I really do need to go get some Zeki coins. James, did you just get another plushie? Or oh, did you get plushies from the Zeki coin? Are you getting Zeki coins right now? Is it gonna tell me if I'm gonna hit max if I put stuff in here? Like, will it just not let you sell? Oh yeah, it will. This exceeds cap. I finally hit max. All right, I'm gonna leave that there. I'm not gonna sell because I have to go buy some stuff first and then sell. So how many coins do I have to buy? Probably a good amount. There's probably a good amount of gold in my. Do you wait till it hits cap and then buy, or do you calculate what's gonna sell and then buy that amount? Like, how do you know how much to buy? Oops. Okay, I'm probably gonna go over by a lot, so I probably need like, I don't know, 50k, 50k worth of coins. Or probably more than that, actually. I'm gonna buy 10 coins. Actually, no, I'm gonna buy 20 coins. And I'm gonna open them when I get home so I can sell the rest of the stuff I have. Wait. How many coins did I just buy? Wait, does it count the coins you have at home now? Wait, do you not have to bring your coins back from your chest? Because I swear I only bought 30. But there was like a couple extra in there. Holy lag, I can't get over. Okay, let me sell the stuff that I have. Then I can open the coins. And then we'll head back out, do some more essence. Or yeah, actually, yeah. Oh wait, no, I need to go here. There we go. Okay. Do I need, is it time to rewater? I don't think it's been a new day yet. No, not yet. It hasn't been a new day for me yet. Oops. Oh. I was supposed to open up those Zeki balls before I gotta go back home. I was supposed to open those up at home. Do we know if they're adding the Zeki coins that you have at home? Because I'm still trying to figure out why I have 32 and I swear I bought 30. Unless I don't have any coins anymore. Yeah, you don't have to have the coins with you anymore. You don't have to carry them. It's counting them. Interesting. Before you used to have to take them with you. Does it work for the prize? The prize wheel downstairs too? Alright, let's open up our 32 Zeki balls. Fireworks. Some smoke bombs. Dispel arrows. Oysters, because, you know, we need those. Some more fireworks. A planter. That works. Some silver. Some more bombs. Some cooking oil. Some more fireworks. Some milk. Ooh, a spring flutter fox. Hell yeah, that's one. Some spice sprouts. Some repair kits. A fun guy plushie. That's two. Some glowworms. Some rice seeds. Some more rice seeds. A valley sunrise oval table. Some more repair kits. Some more fireworks. Some garlic. Some onion seeds. Another plushie. A winter flutterfox. Another winter flutterfox. Some more fireworks. Some wheat. Some more fireworks. Some corn. Another plushie. Some worms. And more fireworks. And more fireworks. What you mean I never had a kitsu? Me? What you mean me? I've had the kitsu before. I just saw, oh my gosh, I know the bubble is so cute. I need one. I really, really need one. Y'all, are we still getting sea glass? Yeah, it just popped up new. I think it always pops up new when you get a plushie. I think it just pops up regardless. It doesn't actually track that you've ever gotten a plushie before. Alright, back to the Elderwoods. At least as far as I know, like we have to track it ourselves. So far right now, I think the only thing I've never gotten physically myself without coming from like a lunar path or a trade, I've never gotten the apple jam plushie. I don't have a golden Cernuck. And I don't have obsidian Kitsu or rainbow Kitsu, but we did get the other Kitsu by random. So there's that. Are we probably are all on different servers, huh? There are 3 infected trees on my server though. Is the Kitsu clip still up? Probably. Probably. I never deleted it. So it should still be there somewhere, floating around. I still haven't gotten. Oh, are you talking about the golden horse? This one? This bundle? This pack? I mean the electric horse? Do you have the other horse? The phoenix? Whoa, this looks so crazy. Oh, I need. Oh my gosh, I need this one. It looks like a unicorn. Dang it. No, the shiny is crazy. Look how bright. Okay, I need to stop. What happened? Yeah, that's why our Riffrock isn't the only one we have. Isn't he named Marty from Madagascar? There's a wave back somewhere? Oh, there's a way back right underneath us, y'all. Reggie? Wait, he just teleported. Okay, there's plenty of infected trees. Hopefully nobody comes around and hits these. Good night, fire. Good night, good night. We'll catch you tomorrow. Oh, thank you, darkness. Good night, rest well. Oh my gosh, I'm struggling. I can't put this stupid thing away. There we go. Holy frogs. There are so many infected things here. Oh my goodness. We have been getting a whole lot of plushies today. I didn't add any of those. I mean, I guess I could to our account. I mean, technically they are plushies and we did get them today. So I'd have to just add it 4 times. Oh, actually it was 5 because we got the Kitsu too. Did it count all of them? I think it did. I think the number went up. I'm just making sure that the fishing still works. Oops. Sure does. Perfect. Sometimes it glitches out. I just wanted to make sure that it still works. What's happening in this chat right now? Like, is there like a whole lot of people talking in this chat right now? Are there any plushies that I missed? Because I did not realize there's 1,000 frogs over here for me to loot. We are at 358 bug catching, y'all. 358. Okay, so I'm trying to get the flutter fox and I don't have the flutter honey to buy. Do I need to talk to someone before it shows up? No, I think it's just supposed to be there. And then you're supposed to go to like a certain spot in the Highlands and you like talk to it and you give it the honey and then it gives you the voucher. I don't know where exactly in the Highlands though. I just know that part. But it should just be in the store. It's on the bottom of Highlands. I can do it later. Make a Highlands trip. I need to get gold, so I do need to go in the Highlands at some point. Okay. Yeah, double check both registers. Maybe it's in the other register. I'm not sure which store it's supposed to be in, to be completely honest with you. I just know that it's out in the Highlands in the Echo store. Like, is it the one in the register or is it in the one in the bowl? I guess is the best way to ask that question, because one's a registered, one's a bowl. Thanks so much for hanging out, y'all, with the lurks and the tabs. Really appreciate it as we continue this partner push. Still need 4 more days, but yeah, nothing in there either. Did you have the riff rock already unlocked? Yeah, but but that's the thing. I don't think she has the honey. That's what she's saying, that she doesn't have the honey. The honey's not popping up for her. Interesting. Do you have the main story done there? Does the main story have to be done in order for it to be unlocked? Is there any sort of... Yeah, it said to get the fox. You need to get the honey, but the honey's not there. But I wonder if there's like some sort of... Like, I wonder if there's some other thing that's locking it. It's not in the register, it's in the bowl. I wonder if there is a prerequisite for it. But I wouldn't know what the prerequisite would be. Yeah, but it's the problem is that the honey isn't there. That's the issue that they're it's just not there at all. It's not popping up at all. Like, I just wonder if there might be like some sort of prerequisite. I'm just trying to think of what it could be. Gosh, there are frogs everywhere. Yeah, that's true. It should be there regardless. I guess that is very true. Regardless if you can purchase it or not, it should show up on the list. Could it be a bug? You have to have ranching level 10. I feel like at this point most people have ranching level 10. But I wonder if it's a known bug that maybe others aren't seeing it either. Because that is possible. This entire update has been fairly buggy, y'all. So it's quite a possibility that it's just not showing up for you, and it's probably not showing up for many others. I haven't gone out there to look, to be honest with you, so I can't really speak to it. But I'm just wondering why it wouldn't show. That's the weird thing. Yeah, I'm just thinking it might be bugged, and with everything else happening with this patch right now, or this update, they probably haven't even begun to sort out that. I can go check it the next time I go home. I can mosey over the Highlands and check to see if it's there. Alright, let's see. How much longer do I have on my potion? I have an hour. Okay. So once my potion runs out, I'm gonna make a little assessment to see if I still stay on or if I mosey. Could you have potentially bought it already? Is that potentially a possibility? Or you haven't at all attempted? That's where it sits in your quest items? Okay. I double check your quest items to make sure that maybe just by mistake it already would be there. Just check your quest items to see if it's there. I know when I'm rushing to buy something, half the time I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Because I would just be clicking buttons sometimes in a hurry. So it happens more often than we would like, but it definitely happens, y'all. Oh my gosh, I'm down below. Oh gosh, there's so much loot up here. Holy moly. Y'all, we're doing some essence farming if anyone would like to join. We are desperately needing essence for teleport potions and for the new shimmerfly garden. That takes 1,000 each, which is a lot. That's fair. I thought 20 oil instead. I bought 20 oil instead of vinegar. Yep. I do that all the time too. Any sort of cooking party we do, I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna buy like everything because I don't know what we need, and I'm probably gonna mess it up anyway. I'm gonna just buy 20 each, right? Like I got room. I don't got room. My bags are so far full at home. You got all the way back to your plot before you realized that it was the wrong thing. Dang it. I hate that. That's why I'm also really grateful for these teleport potions, because when you forget something at home, you can just teleport right back to your group. It's kind of beautiful that way. As long as you got somebody on your friends list that you can teleport back to. I wish they would let you teleport with your party without having to add somebody. That'd be clutch. Like if you're in your party, like you can teleport to them. But you have to do it from the friends list to teleport currently. Okay, how are we looking? We're at 12,000. We now have enough to put one shimmerfly in front of everybody's house. See how much more we can get in the hour that I have left of my potion. Ooh, being able to teleport to the closest board would be nice too, yeah. Like, not necessarily to teleport, not using the board from afar, but being able to teleport to the closest one would be nice. But I guess they figure we have horses now, but some places are not horse friendly. Like the Elderwoods and the swamps. Not horse friendly. You still get stuck. You would think your horse could like speed through the swamp. That's not the case. Your horse still gets very much stuck like you do. Yeah, being able to... There should, honestly, at the bottom of that tree, at the bottom of the tree in the deep woods, there should be a sign that says... that says, teleport up top. That's it. That'd be great. How many times I've run out of stamina just trying to get up to the top of the stable sign? Just so I can go somewhere else. Oh my gosh, I'm already at 359. Holy heck. Wait, oh, it's the frog. I'm like, what am I... Oh, Darkness, were you able to get back on the server on Palworld? There was an update, that's why. There was like an actual full-on game update. That's why I had to update and relaunch the server. Yeah, I did more stuff today. Okay, perfect. Oh my gosh, there's so many bags. Is this bag? I want to say I'm caught up, but every time I catch up, there's like 1,000 more bags to catch. Alright. This frog from way over here. Now I think I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up now. For now. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, thank you. You're definitely trying. I'm truly hoping this is our year, that we finally achieve it. Fingers crossed. Also, why is it's so warm? Did my AC turn off? Probably. Let me see. Yep, definitely turned off. There's way too much equipment in here to be not having AC. Can't do it. It's too warm. It was like over 90 something today. I think tomorrow it's supposed to be like 97 or something. Nah, it just started getting like warm or toasty, and I said, what the heck is happening? And I didn't hear the AC, but I also like have my music up, so, and my hearing's already trash. So, I didn't hear it. Speaking of which, I need to make that appointment to get my hearing checked, because I'm pretty sure it's gotten worse. And yeah. I'm gonna need to do something about it here shortly. I thought I would have more time, honestly, before it started becoming a problem, but it's starting to become a problem. It's more so a problem when I'm out in public and it gets loud and I'm trying to have a one-on-one conversation with somebody and I don't hear them. That doesn't happen as often anymore because I've become a hermit and I don't go out as often. It's a me issue. Y'all, you know how when they say like when you hit 30, like your body starts hurting or whatever? No one told me that when you hit 30, you lose a lot of your friends. Because you hit that age where like people start getting married and people start having kids, and if you're not doing that thing, they don't want nothing to do with you. Anyone else experience that? Anyone else experience that in their 30s? I've noticed that like a lot of my friends kind of just pieced out, which is totally fine. Like we have lives, right? I totally understand that, but also at the same time, like I thought I was a part of your life, you know, type of thing. I guess I misunderstood. I guess I misunderstood, and that's okay. I'm allowed and entitled to misunderstand things. Yeah, I didn't experience that in my 20s because I think I grew up in a way where people weren't having kids early. Like none of my friends really had kids that early. They more so had them in their 30s. But I will say, like, people started getting married and having kids, and I'm like, where'd my friends go? I haven't reconnected with anybody. I'm pretty much on the other side of the you don't got kids, so you don't get invited type thing. Good night, Lunaria. Good night, good night. Thanks for hanging and chilling. Rest well. This is true. Normally you do get that chance to meet new friends. I appreciate my online community, and I will say that because I've tried to make friends and people are nasty. People are nasty and not very kind, so I tend to stick to myself more often than not. More often than not in my online community, because people are not kind or they abuse your kindness. Yeah, lots of people without kids. And I was always fine being like the fun aunt, you know? Like I never had any issues with like people having kids. Like I was just like, okay, like you need help planning the birthday party. You need me to go pick up the cake. You need me to help organize and decorate and all. I had so much fun doing that. But what I realized is that like then they started getting like mommy friends, and then I no longer was a mommy, like, you know what I mean? Because I wasn't a mommy friend, therefore I didn't get to stick around. So it's like sucks. It's like I don't mind. Like I don't know if I necessarily want kids myself. I've hit a certain part of my age where I'm just like, I don't know. We'll see. But like I'm okay if my friends have kids. Like I'm cool with, look, y'all get to keep them at the end of the night. I'll go hang out. I'll go hang out and have a headache for like an hour, and then I get to go home. You know what I mean? Like that's totally fine. Those are your kids. They're not my kids. You know what I mean? I have zero responsibility. Like, give me a puppy, I'm straight. Like, I just want a dog. That's what I want. I want a dog and some land, and I'm chilling. You bake the cakes and peace out. That's fair. I haven't baked for a party in a long time. I think I did once. I think I made like cake pops. That was easy. Yeah, I think it's just like different when it comes to like different friend groups and different cultures, and just some things translate into your forever friend and some people are just there temporarily, and that you just kind of have to move with those motions. I just thought people who are my forever friends were going to be forever friends, and then they just realized that they were only temporary friends later on in life. So it was a weird adjustment that I had to make. I didn't like it. I thought forever friends were supposed to be forever friends, you know? But I don't like holding people to anything. I am super patient and understanding and like the least judgmental person you'll meet. I understand a whole lot of things. There are some things I don't understand, and that's just to this day, I will never get it. But like I don't get why people are so cruel. Like people who are just nasty to be nasty, like it's bad. And I've had to experience that, and I experienced that really badly last year, and I never want to experience it again. And the minute that happens, I'm out. I'm out. Like I literally had to disconnect myself from an entire place because I was being treated very, very poorly over and over and over again for fun. Y'all, for fun. So I pieced out of that. I couldn't do it anymore. People who get a rise out of making other people miserable are the worst kind of people. Like, I am so sorry that you are so miserable. You do not need to make other people feel horrible about your misery. That whole misery loves company, I hate that statement. Because if I was miserable, I wouldn't want to drag anyone else down. If anything, I'd want to surround myself with people who are going to make me feel good and uplift me, not tear me down. And I spent a whole year being torn down. For what? Fuck if I know. Many of reasons. But I'm never going back. So, catch me on the outside, but I am not going back on the inside of that treacherous community. I cannot do it to myself no more. And y'all have been around me enough to know that I'm like, will give the absolute shirt off my back if somebody needed it. So I don't do malicious things to other people. I think that is horrible and disrespectful. But yeah. People were perfectly fine doing it to me. And it was pretty blatant too, y'all. So it wasn't like they were like doing it like on the sly. They were at one point they were doing it so blatant. And that it was obvious to those that knew what the hell was happening, but obviously it was fake around other people. So that was fun. That was fun. Yeah, there are some people who just enjoy bringing other people down. I think that is really just disgusting behavior. It's all the internet. Like go touch grass. Like, how about just like look in the mirror and like figure out your own life? Because of tearing down somebody. Like, hi, Ogapoo. Oh, whole Ogapoo just chilling right here, being all kinds of disrespectful. Hey, come back here, you dude. Bring your behind. I know he didn't spit at me and then ran. He spit at me and ran, y'all. He spit at me and ran. He sat there for a cool minute spitting at me and then it was like, alright, I'm done. I'm out. Hi, Scoop. How are you? Y'all, trust me, I'm fine. Sorry, I need to say that first and foremost. I'm fine now. I've already bowed out of that entire situation. I am not going back regardless of whatever the hell happens. Like I said, you'll catch me on the outside of that situation. I will support from the distance, but I will never show my face back there again. It'll be an outside support. But it will not be an inside support. No longer. So sorry. I can't. It took a long time though, y'all. It took a very long time for me to fully escape that situation. I will say, it took me a very, very long time. Honestly, y'all, it was around the time that I met all of you last year when we were playing Palia all the time. Like, cause if I didn't have this community, I don't know where the heck I'd be. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm just putting that out there. It got ugly really fast, and I didn't know where I belonged anymore. And I never wanted our community to feel like people didn't belong. That is why I try very hard to make this as welcoming as possible. Though we do have a few, you know, situations where things have come across our our community, but all those people have been shown the door. How are we doing essence-wise, y'all? Is everybody doing okay? Are we getting what we need? I appreciate y'all, truly. Thanks for having my back. Especially with this so double? We got double? Hello? Hello? Dude, we got double on that one. Gonna do one. And do my two. Dude, wild. That party bonus came in clutch. Scoop, did I miss you saying hi? If not, hi. Hi again, because I think I missed it. I picked up a rainbow. I picked up a rainbow somewhere. I don't know where this rainbow was, because I don't think I only have one from the one before. Y'all, this is plushie hunting at true chaos mode. Just, if you see something, tag it. A rainbow on you? Where are you? Here? Here? Oh, here! There is a rainbow one. Hell yeah. Hi, Nat. Let's Scoop, what you up to? You playing some, Division? I'm sorry I didn't get on yesterday. I was tired. Like, Darth and I did some decorating and I was tapped after that. I was out cold. Like, I was fully out cold. Nat, you're heading out already? No, I'm just kidding. You probably pushed a button. Oh no, you really are going to sleep? Okay, good night. Good night, rest well. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. Thank you for the partner hype. I appreciate you. Dude, we have 52 plushies right now? Yo, what is happening? What is happening? Why do we have so many? Is today our lucky day? Like, we weren't intending to get 1,000 plushies today. Our intent was to get essence, and then from there we just got all these plushies. Like, we're sitting at 6 flame frogs, 1 grumpy, and 2 rainbow. You have another plushie somewhere? Where? Are you just adding yours? Are you just adding yours to the count? I'm starting to get confused. Good night, Lunaria. Good night. Rest well. We'll catch you tomorrow. No, I didn't count. Okay. Oh my gosh, there's so many plushies everywhere. I need to look at my essence count. That's what I need to look at. Let me see, where are we at? We're at 15,000. That's enough for everybody to get one and probably to finish. And also probably to finish the front. Oh my gosh. What am I doing? There you go. And probably to finish the front, like, runway. So I will say this potion is really good, y'all. This potion is really good. It is helping. We are getting more than we thought. Like I said, we started at 1,100 prior to the potion, and we're sitting at 15. So with party bonuses, top tier. Hell of a lot better than the angler potion. Because Because you know we can catch them all without that potion, so. All right, y'all. I'm done with my TED talk. I'm so sorry. That thought just randomly came to mind, and then we rabbit holed. Oh my gosh, my inventory's full. I need to go home, y'all. I need to go sell some stuff. My group has everything covered, right? Can I go home really quick? Does somebody else have bag? Or do I have amulet? Does somebody else have amulet? So I can go home really quick and come back. Okay, bet. I'm gonna go home and I'll be right back. I'm gonna go home and I'll be right back. Okay, Al. No worries. Oh my gosh, I'm about to go to town to sell. Okay, let me go to town to sell really quick. That way I can actually buy some more bug bombs too. Oh. Oh. You just not gonna let me jump over that? Okay. The game was like, no, don't do that. Walk around. We are needing essence for teleport potions, and we are needing essence for the new shimmerfly garden that you get at the end of the bundle board. I will show you what it looks like. I'll go home right now and show you what it looks like, and it's 1,000 essence per. It's perfect in every way, and I now have enough essence to make one for everybody in front of their house, and then I'm gonna finish the runway section. So I'm probably gonna need like some, and then I also need to buy that. Wait, do I still need to buy that gazebo, or we don't need that gazebo anymore? Oh no, we don't have any building space. Never mind. Just kidding. Wait, somebody randomly just came by and cut the trees? Why do people come over there to cut the trees? There are so many trees to cut down. Anywhere else would be fine. Alright, let me water these because I forgot. And then I can go to the other side and show you what the shimmerfly looks like. Alright, River. This is the shimmer garden. These lovely shimmer flies fly around and follow you. And this is the Shimmerfly Garden. And it's 1,000 essence per. Is it telling you that you have to switch servers? Wait, what? Hold on, let me come out there. Like just randomly came out here? The thing about it's like I don't know if there's gonna be any servers really open to swap to. Oh my gosh, Bandy. Okay, hold on. Let me read that. Hold on. Let me read it over here. I want to send this comment out to let you know that I appreciate everything you have done, and I don't know if anyone ever said this to you, but I am very proud of you and how strong you are with streaming every time. I will continue to support you at anything you do, and you know that I will not go anywhere. If you ever need anyone, let's go partner push. Bandy. That's incredibly kind. Dude, I appreciate you. I would not have a hardcore level 60 without you. The heck? I appreciate you, Andy. It's so random how we met. Well, actually, you met somebody else randomly, and then you and I just we clicked. Is not who cut the onion. Stop it! Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No one cut no onion. No onion has been cut. We are saving onions for a whole other day. We're saving onions for when I get partnered. That's what we're saving those onions for. We ain't cut nothing. No onions have been cut. We can't. We have so much further to go, y'all. We can't. Bandy was kind enough to help somebody on hardcore, and then that's how I met you, right? There was no other way that we met, right? Yeah, I had 400 yesterday. I definitely sold some because I said, wait a minute, hold on, why is my storage so like just full? Like I swear I went and like emptied out my storage. I'm like, why is it so full? But I really appreciate it, Bandy. Truly. I have worked my ass off. A lot of y'all have seen me work my behind off since last year. We were so close to partner last year. They changed the application process. A lot of people got partner before. A lot of people got partner after. I'm still working my behind off to get it. So those that have been sticking with me, I really, really, really appreciate it. Truly. We are hoping this is our year. We are hoping this is our year. So if you can leave a tab, if you can lurk, if you can hang out, please do so. Tell your friends. If anybody if anybody knows anyone that could, you know, possibly send some raids over, just all the things. All the things are greatly appreciated. I've worked so hard and I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up. I've been really close to being able to do it, and I really hope that this is our time. That every time the amount of people that are on playing with you shows that a lot of people get psyched seeing you and love being in the same server community with you. That is true. We do have quite a few of us that are hanging out and, you know, coming back after I took a break. And I totally get it. I was gone for a little minute. I wasn't playing for a while. So a lot of people did move on or stop playing. Once my next batch of rice comes through, I should have over 200. Okay, perfect. I do my best, Bandy. I do my best. I want to create a warm and welcoming environment regardless of the game that I play. And I'm glad that this game is very community based. Now, WoW is community based, but there's a lot of solo things you can do. You don't have to be in a community to do the things, you know? But with this one, it's just so much easier and so much more fun being in groups and doing stuff here. So that's my preference. I don't really like doing solo stuff on this game. It's not that fun. But Bandy knows firsthand all the crap that I went through for a while, so I'm glad that I'm now at a better place, because I was going through it for a while. I was definitely going through it for a while. To me, it's also nice that Palia doesn't have an NA or EU divide. Speaking as the Brit here at 3. Oh my gosh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, River is UK too. And we're not talking about the sleep schedule. Hey, I don't go to sleep till like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning for me. So that's just me. I don't sleep very well at night. I think I've always had a sleeping problem. I think my sleeping issues really started last year when I was up a lot. And we were gaming a lot. And I was up late. And I think I just kept that same up late pattern. Yeah, I've always been a night owl. Oh my goodness, there's just so many. Where are we at? 16, almost 17. Hey, he went to bed. Let's go. It was all that pasta. It was a food coma for real. It was all that pasta and the brownies. Just out cold. I've tried it. I've tried many of things to try to get some sleep. Nothing works. I think it's a mind over matter problem. Like my mind is just won't shut up. Good night, Snowy. Good night, good night. Thanks for hanging. We'll see you tomorrow. Rest well. Alright, how are we doing? Are we still hanging? Do we still want to keep continuing? I think I have a little bit longer on my potion. I have 22 minutes left on my potion. I'm gonna rock out until that's over, and then... Speaking of rock out, did anyone watch Warped Tour this weekend? Because it was epic. Also, I really love that Third Eye Blind brought out William Ryan Key from Yellow Card, and those that know, I know that I love Yellow Card. It's one of my favorite bands. And William Ryan Key streams on Twitch, but he hasn't lately because obviously they're doing all the music stuff right now. Tidbit. That was a tidbit of the day, y'all. That was a tidbit of the day. But the lineups are pretty good. I didn't get to catch every performance, but the ones I did get to catch were really good. They brought it back last year, I believe, or the year prior. It travels. So there is a Long Beach spot, which is California. They have a Florida spot, a DC spot, and then I think one other spot. So 4. And then they're going to Mexico, and a few other places. So yeah, they're touring now. Yeah, so they brought it back in like full swing, and it's so dope. But yeah, so Third Eye Blind brought out William Ryan Key at the Long Beach Warp Tour, and I'm so sad I missed it. I wish I was there. I haven't gone to Warp Tour since 2005. So good. That's when all my bands were there. Since like high school, yeah, no, same. That's when it, but that's also when like I feel like high school or just like early 2000s. That's when like peak like pop punk emo bands were a thing, you know? And they are still now. And don't get me wrong, they're still producing really good music. And Yellowcard's new album with Travis Barker being the producer and on drums, top tier. But I feel like that was the peak of, you know, the experience. But, you know, emo's not dead, so here we are. Yeah. Yeah. And then I what's crazy is I found out that at that time I didn't know with Yellowcard, like William Ryan Key lived out here. I guess Yellowcard lived out here. And so didn't realize I had crossed paths with them without knowing. I found this out later on, like, because like I said, he streams on Twitch, which is the lead singer of Yellowcard, and he was talking about like all the places that he had been while he was out here, and I was like, oh my gosh, I know all of these places. I'm like, we probably crossed paths, and I had no idea. Like at the time, I had no, you know what I mean? I had no idea that they were in the same place as me. But it's a bit of a like twist of fate. Because it was probably when like Yellowcard like had just came out, or like right when they're like still up and coming. So I probably I hadn't fully been in their music yet. Because I've been following them since the beginning, but he was talking about prior, like right when they first started, that he was out here. So I don't think the album had come out yet. Because he was talking about like the Ocean Avenue, which I have like the behind the scenes DVD of Ocean Avenue. I won it in a giveaway on his stream, and they all signed it, which is like a fun fact, y'all. They all signed it, and whoever sent it put candy like in the same packaging, and it melted all over the first disc. So I had to literally reach out to him, let him know what happened, and he personally sent another one and had everyone re-sign it and like made sure it was like packaged and done properly. I felt so bad because when it got sent, there was no signatures on it. Everything got smeared, and I was like, who sent a package when it's hot? It was like summer too, y'all, and they sent it with candy in it. I know that person. I hope that person didn't get fired, but I hope they got like they got a conversation. Because I was told he had to find it on eBay. It wasn't even something he could like just go buy, so he had to go find it again. Well, I mean, True. They probably saw my name, right? And was like, "Oh, we should give her candy," right? Like the thought behind it probably was really cute. It just wasn't smart. It just wasn't smart. Who puts candy? And it was like candy that melts. Like not it wasn't chocolate. It was like what is it's not it wasn't taffy. It was something else. I think it actually, you know what? It could have been Laffy Taffy. Is there a Laffy Taffy that's in like a little candy wrapper? Not the square, but like in like a little, like a tiny little like Jolly Rancher size. That's what it was. And that's what melted all over everything. I actually have the disc. Y'all here. This is the one that melted. It doesn't have any of the signatures on it anymore though. Here. But you see how there's like candy, like it's in a Ziploc bag because I put it in a Ziploc bag. But like, oh yeah, Tootsie Rolls. They were Tootsie Rolls. It was Tootsie Rolls. Yeah. But you see how like all the signatures are not. There's one signature left, but there's candy and stuff all over it. Put that back properly. Oh well, we're good. I'll put it back later. But yeah, the other one is still in the package that he gave it to me in. I'm not taking it out. But yeah, he repackaged it, had to refind it, the whole nine. It was a shit show. I felt so bad. I had to reach out. At the time, they were on tour, so it was like probably like the tour manager did it. Oh shoot, was I not supposed to put that down? I'm so sorry. Did I miss that people like walked away? I'm so bad. You have to go sell and get more lawyers. Okay, my bad. I should have waited. I'm so sorry. I'm over here just yapping away. But yeah, so that's the one that's all melted. The other one is in its package still somewhere. I don't know where. I think I left it in the box on purpose because he packaged it like all nice and neat and made sure that everyone had to re-sign it and the whole night. I felt so bad. Oh, I don't have Bag of Illusion. I have Bright Eye on. I gotta go swap it real quick. But yeah, that's what that was. It was Tootsie Rolls. Oh my gosh, I forgot about those. I'm pretty sure it smells like candy, but I'm not going to. Like I got I got it, I opened it up and like there was candy all over it. I essentially had to peel off all of it and I put it in that Ziploc bag. Or it came in that Ziploc bag with the candy in it. I don't think so because the bag would have been melted. So I think it was that they put it in the packaging. And it was like in a, you know, like those typical packaging that you ship in. Like just like the little guys. And the candy was just thrown in there. And it was summer. So it all melted. Every last piece of candy melted. Oh, all the Funkos behind me? Yeah, because I don't move. Wait, hold on. I don't move like ever. There's probably a lot of things that you guys don't see behind me. So you obviously see the shoes. How do you want me to move? Move the chair out of the way. There's quite a few actually. They're all marble, by the way. But yeah. They're all marble and yeah, all marble. There's nothing else in here. I started my collection maybe a couple years ago, but they're all different Marvel. So I have Black Panther, I have Falcon. I have one Falcon, but I also have him as Captain America as well after he turned into a Captain America. I have Monica Rambeau. I have Scarlet Witch. I have Loki. I also have Zombie Captain America from the What If Marvel series. I'm trying to think of what else I have. I think that's it. That's all I got. I need to get non-Marvel Funko Pops. That's what I need. Because all of them, literally every single one of them are Marvel. I think at one point I wanted the like there's like Eevee ones that I want to get. I don't have any of them. Eventually. A friend got me to watch all the Marvel movies in chronological order. So that's when I like fell in love with most of them, because I only saw like a few of them. I never saw all of them. So they had me sit down and watch all of them in chronicle order. And we didn't do it all in one sitting. We did it sporadically. So we'd watch a couple of movies in one day, and then like, so we went through all of them, and that also included watching all the TV series as well. So that's when I got the What If, and so that's why I got Captain America, the What If one. I'm behind though. We did not finish any of the, like, I haven't watched like, what is it, Captain Marvel. Like any of the newer TV series, I haven't gotten to finish them. So I'm a little behind. Or any of the like Spider-Man. Like I haven't watched any of the Spider-Man movies, recent ones. Like I'm behind on that journey. We stopped at what's that movie? What's that TV series? Where he's like a Jekyll and Hyde. No, I haven't gotten to see Agatha all along. I haven't gotten to see it yet. I watch all of Scarlet. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say. I've watched all of that one. WandaVision. I watched all of WandaVision, but I haven't seen Agatha all along, and I haven't seen Miss Marvel, and I haven't seen. Like I said, I watched the first season. What's the one where he's Jekyll and Hyde? Where he has that mask and the white suit. I can't remember his name. I can't remember the TV show either. Like I'm completely drawing a blank. That's the last series that we watched together. Do y'all remember? Moon Knight. There you go. Moon Knight. Yes. That's the last series that we watched in that entire journey of watching all of them. That's the last one I watched. So that's where we stopped. Anything after that, I have no idea. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it. So obviously I saw Black Panther. I mean, obviously. I'm excited for Black Panther 3. We're gonna see how it goes. I now understand, because somebody was like, why is what is it, Damon Idris, like, why is he not cast as T'Challa's son? But did y'all see the preview for that? What is it? The Children of God of, oh my gosh, what is that thing that just came out? That preview. He's in that. He's in that. That's why he didn't get cast. Everyone was like wondering like why he did, like I thought he'd be like a perfect fit. But he didn't get cast. Yeah, the one with Viola Davis. Yeah. Yeah, Children of Blood and Bone. Yes, that's why he didn't get cast for it. I thought he was going to be in Black Panther for sure, like hands down. And then I was like, well, that's weird. I was like, who is this person that they casted? Don't know who he is. I'd have to look into him. And then I realized when I saw Children of Blood and Bone, I was like, oh, there he is. That's what he already got casted in. So there probably was a time overlap of why they couldn't cast him. Dude, it looks so good. It looks so good. And there's some really good, like there's an all-star cast right there. Like it's gonna be so good. Okay. Agatha all along. Okay. We'll add it to the spooky season watch list. That'll be in our October. We'll do. I know I'm gonna look, y'all. I am moving in October, so that might be a skewed. We might have to start in September. But let's get together like let's watch some sort of Halloween-esque TV show movie. For like September, because I'm moving in October, so I don't know if I'll be able to, how much I'll be here, how much all of this will be taken down. So we'll see. But obviously, like Halloween Town, some of the Disney Hocus Pocus, that's definitely going to be in there. Some of the Disney Halloween movies, they're definitely going to be added to our watch list. Arguably one of the best Marvel shows in my Agatha All Along. Really? They did that. They did really well on that one. I'm definitely gonna have to check it out. Okay. Is everybody home? Selling? No. River, I have not. I say I'm moving, as in I'm not signing this lease again. I cannot. I will drop kick Ralph into the next century if I stay here. Exclamation point Ralph if you need to know who Ralph is, but just like understand that. I will. I cannot. I literally can't do it anymore. Like I cannot do it anymore. He is so annoying. Yep. That is Ralph. We talk about Ralph so much that we actually needed a command for it. And so those that know from before, those from before, we named him. Like stream, we made a poll. I'm pretty sure his name was something else. We made a poll and it was like some random name. I don't know. And then one day we're like, oh, he's like banging on his desk like Wreck-It Ralph, and that stuck. Chad. His name was Chad. That's it. His name was Chad before. This is no offense to anybody. Like we just picked a random name, y'all. And then like he literally bangs on his desk and we're like, Wreck-It Ralph. And then Ralph. That's where his name is now. Forevermore. Wreck-It Ralph. And y'all, he's like some scrawny little twig that I can break in half. But like we're not gonna talk about that. Like I'm just saying that that's possible. And I'm not saying because you don't know this and you didn't hear me say this, but I swear I might have to beat his behind before I leave here. Like I just like one time for the one time. Like I cannot. Like I can't actually deal. There's lore. There's absolute lore with the deal with this man because like child. I don't even know, to be honest with you. His maturity level is of a 2-year-old. Y'all, last night at like 3 o'clock in the morning, he was banging on the desk. I'm like, dude, do you like do you have something else you can be doing at 3 o'clock in the morning? Anything besides banging on your desk? You had a rooster named Chad? Stop. He was all white, would pick a fight with us and the other roosters, and we turn around at him and he'd run. Thus, Chad. Yep. That sounds like Ralph. That sounds like if any point that somebody came after Ralph, that he would do the same thing. That he would turn and run like a whole, like a, yep, yep, yep. This is all sounding like that. Yeah, maybe that name was perfect, but he's still Ralph because for obvious reasons, this man's crazy. He knew he knew I could pick him up, so he was scared. Not him running, y'all. Not him running. Was he original or extra crispy? Are you saying did y'all eat him after the fact? Because that's wild darkness. What are we talking about? We're talking about a rooster. Do people eat roosters? Or is it just chickens? Also, I don't think I really want to have this conversation. Also, I don't think I really want to have this conversation. I just... No, Chad got by an owl. Wait. Like an actual owl? Like an actual owl took him out? That's not supposed to be funny. That's not supposed to be funny, but it's actually hilarious. That is karma. Look at... See? Chad picked a fight with an owl and lost. That's probably what happened. He was probably all big and bad until he couldn't be big and bad no more. Yo, what the hell? That is so wild. Yo, we get on these like crazy topics, but he was gone not long after he grew up. Roosters and chickens are dumb as rocks, man. Huh? What are you talking about, River? River, what are you talking about? How did you even get those two things put together? Two people can have roosters without being together. What you mean? It's a rooster. But River, I need you to go to bed. I think you've lost your whole mind like 20 minutes ago. Cause what the heck? That's insane. Oh my gosh. No, they're not talking about the same rooster. They're just talking about that the mannerisms and the behaviors of their roosters were the same. That's what they're saying. Also, I get why this got confusing. Because we started talking about roosters and then same got thrown around 24/7 and then like we got lost. And then the owl took out the rooster. That's what happened. The owl took out the rooster and then now I'm just like confused. I'd love to have chickens, but I don't need a rooster attitude. Facts though. Absolute facts. We all want chickens because we want free eggs, but like y'all can keep the roosters. We don't need them. We don't need them and their attitudes. If you raise them right, well, isn't that like children? No? Or you know how like that statement gets thrown around like y'all weren't raised right? Happens a lot, right? They get to be adults and you're like, damn, who raised you? Wait, what? His name is Rocky from Chicken Run? Do I need to put do I need to put Bright Eye back on? Zol, are you coming back? I forgot I took off. Also, who is coming back and do we need to consolidate? Because there's only 3 of us out here. Oh yeah, you're watering? Oh, okay. Okay, well then I don't need to go back. And did somebody leave from your group, Darth? Keem, you're coming back, right? I don't know how we got... How did we get on this topic about Rooster? Oh. That's on me. We were talking about Wreck-It Ralph and the fact that we named him Chad and that you had a rooster named Chad, and this is how we got on this topic of roosters. I needed to trace it back because I needed to know how the hell we got here. That's how the hell we got here. Roosters, man. They sound like little bitches. That's what they sound like. Okay. Keem's coming back. Darth and Darkness are having a stare down. My rooster comes from KFC. Your church is extra crispy. No, you're not supposed to eat roosters. Did we ever establish that? We're not supposed to eat roosters, right? We're supposed to eat chickens. You know what? I'd actually I still take this back. I don't think I want to have this conversation. You can? Okay. Well, this is so gross. How do we get here? Oh, you got a new mouse? Oh, okay. What happened? What's wrong? What's what? What happened? What happened to your? Wait, what kind of mouse did you get? Did you get one of the mouses that has all the thousands of buttons? Because you have to get used to those. Oh, but wait, where the hell do I normally put this thing? Here? Good enough. Did I not sell? Did I go home, y'all? Was I supposed to sell it in town and it didn't? I honestly have no idea what the. It's wireless, like a semi-pro with software, and it's super sensitive, but it's cute. Okay, but so wait, what's the problem? Did we say that there's a problem? Oh wait, you said you think you made a mistake. What's the mistake? Is it because it's too... Can you not turn it down? Like, because that's an option, usually, in mouses where you can turn down... you're used to heavier ones. Yeah, sometimes... So that's the thing about the pro ones. They want to be efficient and be able to move their hand back and forth very quickly, because those super lightweight ones are usually for FPS. They want to be able to like shoot and turn and move around really quickly, right? If you're playing something like an MMO, like WoW or something like that, people tend to like the ones that have a bunch of buttons so that you can utilize different abilities and spells without having to have so many key bindings on your keyboard. It's just a preference. So, it kind of just depends on what you want. You need the one with the buttons. Yeah, those are good. I wouldn't get too many buttons if you're not used to it. I'd kind of work your way up, because the ones that have like 1,000 buttons, it's really hard to remember what the heck was what. Now, the thing about those is they have different textures. So they'll have whatever, like 12 buttons programmed, and one would be like a smooth surface and one would be a rough surface. So you know that you're like, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So you kind of can determine between that. It has side buttons. What kind of mouse is it? Is it a Logitech or is it a Corsair or something else? Because I have a Logitech that is wireless, but I plug it in because I'm used to being plugged in. So this one does have like 4, 5, 6 extra buttons on the side, which is fine with me. I can handle having that many buttons. Any more than that, I've tried those other ones. I have it's an Attack Shark Rise. Is this a generic or like a TikTok shop mouse? Just because I'm not familiar with those brands. That's the only reason why I asked that. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the only reason why I asked that question is because I've seen a lot of them, and people do reviews on them, and they tend to like them. So there's nothing like wrong. They're good for a price. You know, if something happens, you can always get another one. So, you know, you don't have to have expensive equipment just to game, y'all. Like, we're not competitive gamers right now. We are we are just vibing, trying to play some Palia or some Marvel Rivals or some Dead by Daylight. You know, we're just trying to chill. We're not trying to be competitive. So you don't need anything extra crazy. But it's like a G Pro super light. Okay, so it's just like a Logitech one. Yeah, I've seen that mouse. I have Logitech. I don't have the. I have the Pro one. I think it's like the G500 or something. That's the one I got. I was overdue for a mouse. I was getting scared. I already had to replace my keyboard when I fell in hardcore because my buttons were sticking. So, but I didn't get a mouse, and I know when it comes to mice, you only have a certain amount of clicks. Right, and I've had my mouse for so long that I was like, it's definitely time because I've definitely surpassed those amount of clicks. Wait, what's happening? May the elder bless you. Wait, what is happening? What's the easiest way to get a quality Ogapoo skill? Pray. Honestly, facts. Because Ogapoos are such a pain in the ass. You know how long it took? Like, we've helped a lot of people get that skill. It's a pain in the butt. You need it for a quest. Somebody said pretend you don't want it. The game knows. Honestly, if you start complaining about something, the game tends to give it to you. Like, sometimes if you say, like, where are all the infected things and why are they not showing up, then all of a sudden there's like 1,000 things that you all of a sudden have to hit. The game somehow hears us. Yeah, it was time for me to upgrade, so I started off with all the Amazon. Okay, that's what you had before, which is like the Amazon basics, just to get your where are all my frog plushies? No, that's fair. Just to get going, right? You don't need anything really expensive to start gaming, y'all, or to even start streaming. You really don't. You really don't even need a camera. Your quality really should come from your audio first before you get a camera, is my opinion. If people can't hear you or it's crappy, they're not going to stick around, regardless if they see you or not. There are plenty of VTubers, PNGers, and all of that don't have cameras that are doing just fine. There are days when I don't have the energy to be on camera, and I have one as well. So there's no harm in not being on camera. But if people can't hear you, then they tend to not stick around very much. Now, unless there's exceptions to those rules, right? Like, I'm on the phone, therefore you're not going to hear me. Or I'm on a business call, because a lot of co-working streams are physically working with their jobs while they're co-streaming with everybody, right? So sometimes they have to mute themselves, and that's okay. Y'all, we're human. Also, sometimes you mute yourself and you don't realize you're muted. That's also human. It happens way more often than we think. You be having a whole conversation like, did anybody hear me say that? Nope. There's a couple of them on TikTok Shop I saw that you might want to start with to see how they are quality wise. I mean, I don't know how just to start with, right? You don't have to get an expensive camera, really. It's completely up to you. When my camera took a crap, what was it, a couple months ago, y'all? I went out and got the Elgato one. So I have the Elgato like 4K Pro one, because it was definitely time for me to get an upgrade. I've had the same camera for a really long time. I like it. It comes with the program to like do all the things that you need to do to it. Then I went ahead and got me like a second light. I have 2 lights, one facing the wall, one facing me, or one facing me off to the side. And there are some lighting and things that you kind of have to adjust. So here's the thing. Adjust for your skin tone, y'all. I will say this just as a fact. A lot of videos out there that are testing, oh, these are the perfect settings for lighting and camera, and all of that are geared to people that are lighter skin tones. So just make sure that you are understanding what you're adjusting. Like you can't like white balance, all those camera settings do not play a part for anybody that has any sort of color in their skin. It'll wash you out and you'll look dull. Just as a FYI. So mess with colors, mess with lights, get lights that have different temperatures and all of that jazz. So test and test some more, and then when you test, it's still gonna break. I will say that. I will say that. Like, I have tested and done so many different things. Ooh, wait! There was a plushie right here. Did anyone else get this? That I think I'm standing where it was. I already picked it up. Did y'all get one too? You didn't get it? Dang. Sorry, I'm responding back to the person that was saying this, that, and third about trying a different spot. Oh, I got a Lucky Zeki decoration, and he's like one of those cats in the... Oh, waving! Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is that your first time getting that one? Is that from a quest, y'all? I can't remember where we got that thing. Oh shoot, I should have snoozed those ads. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna stay on for 30 more minutes, then I'm gonna call it and get some food and chill for the night. And no, I'm not going to stay on this game and decorate. We're gonna decorate tomorrow. I do need to go get some gold. I do need to probably go get some gold to make some more lures. But I'm not staying up late to decorate. I'm probably gonna get some resources and then mosey my behind off this game. How are we looking? We are almost at 20k essence. That's wild. That's actually crazy. I wasn't expecting to get that much. Especially when we first came out here, there was hardly any infected bugs. Not really. Not really. They used to be really lucrative for money. It's all about epic fish parties or Moz parties. Epic fish you can get a good amount of money from. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Never. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in, welcome in. Nope. Let me stop moving. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Hi, y'all. Never, how was your stream? What were y'all up to? Hi. Thank you for the raid. If you totally need to raid and run, that goes for everybody. Raid, run, get food, get rest. Thank you for the raid. For those that do not know who I am, my name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft, and a sprinkle of other games like Dead by Daylight. We also have a Pal World community server. We are also pushing for partner, so fingers crossed that this is our year. We've been at this for some time now, but I appreciate y'all. If you'd like to lurk and vibe and hang, feel free. But if you need a raid and run, please get rest. Thank you for the raid. Have a good night. My follows are anonymous, y'all. But do not feel obligated to follow if you don't want to. If you'd like to hang, feel free to do so. We are doing essence farming today. We need so much essence. Also, I apologize, y'all are coming in on a ad. I just realized that's happening the next like 30 seconds. Welcome back from the ads, y'all. I am so sorry. Ads always happen at the worst possible time. At the literal worst possible time. Okay, I think everybody is back. I am so sorry. I totally did my whole spiel while the ads were up. So if you did not hear me, my name is Evie. I play a whole lot of Palia and World of Warcraft, sprinkle of a few other games. We are essence farming today, trying to get as much as we can for teleport potions and the new shimmerfly garden. And we are also partner pushing, so feel free to lurk and hang if you'd like. But if you got a raid and run, that's okay too. Most importantly, take care of you. Y'all, I have so many things I need to loot. I am trying to catch up. Let's see. Any more plushies yet? It's okay. It'll happen. Trust me when I say this. When Insect Palooza comes around, don't worry about repairing your bag. It's going to break. It's going to break. You're going to be doing so many bug hunting that it's going to break. And honestly, I haven't repaired mine since the last Insect Palooza. Mine is at the basic bag it can possibly be. That's why when I'm out by myself and I don't catch things because I have the most basic bag and I'm using the most basic bombs. Just because I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to hit something, so I don't hit something and it goes down immediately. Yeah, so a lot of us that bug hunt then, I don't think we've repaired. Maybe some of us have repaired it back up all the way and then just let it break again, but I haven't repaired mine at all. It's just been basic this entire time. So when I say, like, if you want to repair your bag, by all means, please do so. But don't feel like you have to. It'll either just keep breaking because you're going to be doing so much, or the only thing this is the only thing I let break. I don't let my fishing pole break. I don't let my bow break. But bugs, it's been broken. Yeah, it stays broken. Oh, I'm so happy we finally can have enough essence for everybody to get at least a single shimmerfly. Hi, Eden. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. How's it going? Oh, I don't think I hit that one. Any more plushies? How are we looking? Like 56 plushies? which is way too many in one day. They've all been frogs. We've gotten so many frogs. 7 flame frogs, 1 grumpy so far, and 2 rainbow frog birds. That is a plushy haul. I just kept them in my bag so I could see how many we have in total. Oops. Oh. That one's already down. So yeah. Basically, you can keep your bug bag and keep repairing it and making sure it doesn't break, which is totally fine. Or you can let it break and always repair it later. But the weaker it is, the more chances that people get to hit. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, my voice. They're already trying to leave me. Okay, let's see. Let me catch up on all of the loot. Almost having 20k essence in one day is really, really good. We started with hardly any. I will say that potion, it helped a lot. I'm not gonna pop another one, but top tier. If we do this again, I would say y'all pop a potion. It's very helpful. You're gonna tap out? No worries. Completely get it. We've been at this for quite some time. I'm gonna tap out myself here in like 20 minutes or so. Since I've already been streaming for like 6.5 hours. I should have tapped out 30 minutes ago. But we got on a rabbit hole of roosters and I got wholeheartedly distracted. We started talking about roosters and yet here we are. But I really appreciate y'all hanging and lurking, coming out and bug hunting with us. We got quite a few plushies. Like an insane amount in one day. Tomorrow we'll do RTB. We are going to see if we can do our epic fish party. I don't know. People are still crashing. So I'm not sure if we're going to be able to cook. I only have 1, so that's not going to be helpful. I don't even have sneaky bombs to give them. I was going to fill their order for smoke bombs, but they went sneaky. I don't have any. I don't remember last time I even used a sneaky. So if you guys would like to join us tomorrow, we're gonna try to do an epic, a 200 times epic sashimi party. If we're not crashing. If we're crashing, we'll reschedule it out probably to next Friday. But regardless, tomorrow we are going to be doing RTB. If we can, and it's not too crazy and chaotic. And then we're going to do shimmerfly as well. I know, we need a plushie for the road. We still got 20 minutes. That's my hard cutoff. Oh, I've seen that video. It has something to do with a paver. Is that the video, Dar? Did you watch the video? Did they float it with a paver and a platform? And a small platform? Yeah, I saw it on TikTok. They posted that one on TikTok. I saw that one on my feed the other day. No worries, Zol. I'm happy that you got all of the essence that you need. We will do this again on the weekend for sure. Because I know we're gonna need more. I have enough to cover everybody's house, but then we also need to fill the runway. So that's gonna be... I'm probably gonna need more. But yeah, I started off with 700, and that was after buying something, so... I didn't buy anything. I've made 3 of the shimmerflies, and then I didn't have any more left. I was like, let me just make them. I'll farm it later. And here we are, almost at 20k. I think I might actually be at 20k now. Yep, 20k. Holy hell. For you to get 15k in that short amount of time is actually really good. Because I don't think you've been here the entire time that we were catching the bugs. Oh, I forgot I don't have Bright Eye on. It's okay. We're only out here for a short amount of time. We're still getting essence. It's still really good. You're 11k without the potion. So that's not much of a discrepancy, right? So I'm at 9k. So a potion, the potion is very helpful, I will say. Thank you for the partner hype. I would say the potion is really helpful, but it's not necessary. Like the angler potion, right? You can still catch moths without the angler potion. Because some people swear it works, some people swear it doesn't. I think it's very hit and miss. Yeah, you got 7 without it, so it's definitely possible to you know, to get. So I don't think it's necessary. But if you have extra coins, I mean, there's no harm in it, right? It's a benefit. It's not a bad thing. So oh my gosh, we got 2. Oh my goodness. Our plushie count is going up. I was gonna say you say that you catch moths with it, because I did not. You can. Yeah. I when I got those Highland sharks, I think I did have the potion on. But I've also caught the Highland sharks without the potion. So I don't think you need the potion. I think it just helps. Whether it's a tiny amount that it helps or a lot. I don't think it's a lot. I think it's a very small amount that it helps. Y'all, I cannot believe how many plushies we've gotten. That is crazy work. We've gotten so many today. Now we're at 9 frogs, and that's just what I have. Y'all have more than what I did. So I'm just counting the 9 frogs I have. 9 flame frogs and 1 grumpy. Wild, y'all. For us trying to get essence, we ended up with so many frogs. So some of mine are party bonuses then. Do you need more flame frogs, Darth? I'm pretty sure I've got plenty of flame frogs. if you need a few. I can definitely spare some. I know how much you love the flame ones. Okay, well, if you want some, I can gladly spare some. Oops. Sorry. Trying to see who was on because I can't see it on my computer. Alright, we got like 12 more minutes, then I'm gonna tap out, or I'll raid us out. And we'll be doing this all again tomorrow. We'll do Epic Fish tomorrow. We'll do RTB and shimmerfly plushie hunts, because we need all of the shimmerflies. We need more. And then you can just use the non-starred shimmerflies that you get to make the shimmerfly gardens. Whoa, what the heck? Was there a lure sitting right here? Is that why it went from right to like I was not paying attention. Mm-hmm. They definitely are. If it's game related help, we could potentially help, but I'm not going to be on much longer. If it's anything outside of that, I don't think we're going to be much of help. Because I am about to peace out and call it a night. And the only thing I'm going to be helping is myself to some dinner. Does anyone have like an abundance amount of lures? Do I need to farm tonight, or can I get away with not farming tonight? Great question. I'm not sure. I'll have to check to see what I can cook. I'm gonna have to cook something. You have 90? Okay. Huh. How do you have so many? How do you... Okay, first of all, you didn't get to play for like a whole update, so a lot of those probably would have went bye-bye. But how do you have so many? Teach me your ways. How do you have that much moss? It's moss and gold. I cannot seem to find. Well, gold is easier to find, but moss. Moss seems to be a pain in the butt. Grinding and saving, yeah. I think the problem is I don't save anything. Like, because I use it the minute I get it. I'm not saving a thing. I'm like, oh, we need gold. Oh, we need lures. Okay, let me make them. Oh, I have like 1,000 apples. Let me make. Like, I don't save anything. We as a community always need something, and I'm 1,000% happy to help. And I just pitch in. Yeah, Al, if you haven't noticed, Darkness has a lot of patience for this game and has a lot of things. Have you not seen Darkness's plushie plot? No, I didn't say Darkness has no life. That's not true. Darkness has a life. Darkness just also likes to spend a lot of time getting things and has stuff and storage. Dude. And storage. Like, I don't even have the storage for that. That's another thing. I can't keep anything because I don't have room. Like, what is keeping? I wish they would up our storage, like, one more time. Because we got Jadium, right? We got Jadium and we got boxes, right? Did we get Jadium boxes? We didn't get Palian boxes, right? We got Jadium boxes? Like, can we go up one more? I'm already out of room. Oh, you haven't? I thought... Sorry, I thought you were here when the last time Darkness had me come to his plot. Also, we need a count. At some point. Darkness wants... What did you want, Darkness? The top 3? The top 3 get a plushie? We'll just say the top 3 sharks, right? In total. So combine your Maws and your Highland sharks as to a complete total, and whoever has the first, second, and third, right? I think you said top 3. Like, actually, I'm gonna let you answer that because I don't want to misspeak. Yeah? Okay. So top 3. Whoever caught first, second, and third sharks. Darkness is going to let you get a plushie off their plot. Whichever plushie you would like. I have no idea what plushie I'd want. I don't even remember how many sharks I've caught. But there's quite a few Highland sharks in there. I know I'm not first. I know that much. I know that much. No, you're definitely going to be up there for sure. Because remember that one day? Well, I mean, you didn't forget. But you remember that one day that you caught like 1,000 Maws over and over, and like you didn't really need me there for like, except for like chum buckets. Like I was just there for chum buckets. Another flame frog plushie. Well, it also, Darkness, you have a female character, right? How many plushies are we at? 64? Good golly. 65? Oh yeah. I gathered that. The eyeball still freaks me out though. That eyeball still freaks me out. That eyeball is insane. Like... like, what is that thing? It's a mask, right? It's so creepy. No, it's sometimes not as obvious, and that is okay. Do y'all want to do one more, or you want to tap out? Nah, chill out. We need more plushie. Chill out. Can you put one more down? We need more plushie. That's insane. We're not ending on that stupid ass number. I will add a plushie just for the hell of it. Lord. I don't even understand what that means. I don't even think I want to know what it means. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's because I'm just too old for that shit. Like, I don't understand. I don't think they even know what it means. Thank you for the partner hype. Thank you, y'all. We are actively pushing for partner. I am at 2 out of 6 for this month. We need 4 more for this month. Well, for the first month. It's like in a 30-day window. So I need 4 more. We shall see. Tuesday did not count, y'all. Tuesday did not count. It was a W stream, but it was not within the average number. Oh, yeah, we can... We can hit these trees on the way out. It was close. It was close, but yeah, it was 65. You need 75. So you're close. You're like 10 away. Okay, y'all. We actually are gonna tap out there. We are gonna tap out there. Let me see who is on. Wait, I'm now getting confused. River, this entire time you had no idea? That's fine. Like I said, Darkness plays a female character, y'all. Darkness is not a female. Darkness is not, like, I'm just throwing it all out there. Exclamation point Darkness. I get it. I get it. But I play a whole lot of WoW. And there is so many men on that game that play with female characters. So I get it. I don't even assume anything anymore. It's not based off of your character. Unless you tell me, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm dead. Darth, chill out. Don't everybody go look at Darkness's profile picture on Discord. Don't do it. Don't. I mean, if you want to do a pronoun check, go ahead. For those that need some clarification real quick. I am she, her. I always have been. And I always will be. Even though there's quite a few people that think that I'm not, but that's a conversation for a different day. It's a conversation for a different day, y'all. I don't think we need to go down that rabbit hole today. That is also true. A female's characters do have a smaller hitbox, therefore, yes, that is true. That is true. I see those female blood elf characters with no clothes on, and I know it's a man behind it. You mean all the transmogs that are like just like skimpy clothing? Yeah. More often than not, yeah. More often than not, then yeah. Which is really unfortunate, y'all. Just so unfortunate. Like the Descendants? Darth. Chill. Not Darth / Vader. Oh my god. Literally expect nothing else. Not Sith and Lord. Okay, this is why we should have went down this rabbit hole. Oh my goodness gracious me. Do we need a pronoun check every so often? Because I feel like we probably... Maybe I'm also just like... Well... I'm also hyper... I'm also hyper observant. So unless people have told me personally, I just... My bad. Maybe we should have pronoun checked way sooner. Maybe we should have pronoun checked way sooner. I am so sorry. Until we use it Darth and Vader and Sith and Lord, right? When we're not using Darth and Vader and Sith and Lord, you're they, them. Better to use they, them than to get told off. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I never want to step on toes because this is like a whole rabbit hole we can go down, and I don't want to. So I just, unless you've told me, I'm not assuming. Unless you told me, I'm not assuming anything. Like I don't know. I don't know unless you tell me. That's pretty much it. I don't even know who you all are anymore. Here we are. We have learned so much today. What if I told y'all that you're a furry? No? Okay. I'm she, her. This entire time, my mind would have been like, are you kidding me? Because I would have been just like actually confused. I'm like, I don't know who anybody is anymore. Well, you never know these days. Shit, you never know in these days. I don't know. I just threw one out there. I just threw it out there. Only reason why I brought that up is whoever was here yesterday and the dang server chat when they were literally having a whole like furry conversation for like 20 million years. The shit was so bad we all turned off our server chat. Like there was a time when we're like, I don't want to see this no more. I don't know. They were like, first of all, they started the entire conversation putting their entire bio in there. And then Darth had to like paraphrase it for me because I didn't know what the fuck was happening. Because I wasn't going to read it. I wasn't going to read any of it. I was confused. And then it just was so bad. So you could say it was a conversation. Yeah. You were holding on to that one, weren't you? You were waiting for that perfect moment to say that. That was so bad, so good all at the same time. Why are we like this? Why are we like this? Thank you all for the laughs. Truly. It gets us through the bad shit that be happening in our days. Because bad shit be happening in our days. We have some bad shit that be happening. Now what? Keem, that was a furry bad? Furry bad? That was furry bad? Chill. Don't make me ban the word. I will. Y'all can get timed out left and right. All right, y'all. I gotta rate this out. Where are we going? Do we just go night crew and just call it good? Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm so happy she's in retirement. Because if Sprinkles was here, we would be screwed. She would have went down a rabbit hole for 30 minutes about furries. Oh my god, thank god she's in retirement. Oh, we would have been... No, she can't mute. She doesn't have ability to mute anybody. She has no ability to mute anybody. What she will do is drag you down a rabbit hole. That's what she will do. Oh my gosh, she would be calling you that for your pronouns. Damn. Y'all, no. I can't take her out of retirement. I can't. She's got to stay in retirement. At least for the foreseeable future. Like, I just can't. She did too much. Me? I'm not gonna mute nobody. Why not mute anybody? I have no reason to. Unless you like say something or piss me off, that's different. But I still won't do it. I can't say for any of my other mods that will probably do something about it. Y'all really did some crazy shit with Sprinkles. Honestly, Turkey Necks was part of the reason as to why she's gone. Who had a wedding plan? Oh, that was between Dire Wolf and Sprinkles. That Sprinkles forgot about after the fact. So they never got married. These are all real things that have happened because of Sprinkles. Sprinkles is a bot that we used to have. She still floats. She still floats. She just doesn't speak. Somehow a conversation got on turkey necks and it turned into some other conversation, and I was on hardcore WoW at the time, and yeah, no, yeah, she's not a real person. She was a real bot acting it got so wild. Like, it got so far off topic that I literally was like, I have to get rid of her. I can't do it. Y'all, we lost community members over that. We lost y'all over here trying to make her wolf 20 million times. Can you bark like a damn dog? Fucking meow like a cat. Like, it got so far twisted. It's gone. We lost community members. I'm telling you, y'all, we lost community members over that shit. Also, it wasn't even my fault. So, like, you can't blame me. It was her. But, like, whatever. What can you do, y'all? Can't please everybody. What can you do? We can't please everybody. We just here in existence. All right. I need to go eat. So I think I'm just gonna drop you off with the night crew. Unless there's somebody on my follower list that is on and partner pushing. All right. I'm just gonna drop you off with the night crew. Thank you so much for hanging, y'all. Thank you for the laughs. My stomach hurts now. I appreciate all of you. We will try again tomorrow. We will keep partner pushing. We will see if we can do the epic fish party. If you want to sign up, the link's in the Discord. Sign up for fish if you have fish. Sign up for rice if you don't have fish. Just so we can see who has what. We will do a test recipe that is not epic fish, so we don't waste any fish. To see if we crash, but we'll test that tomorrow, okay? And then we'll do RTB and shimmerfly. If we want to do shimmerfly and ladybug like we did the other day at that one spot, we can do that, so we can get both of them at the same time if we'd like after RTB. But yeah, that's all I got. That is all I got. We got socials if you'd like to follow. Discord if you'd like to join. I am going to rate us out, so grab the animated one if you're a sub, and everyone else grab the one on the bottom. And we will see y'all tomorrow for some cooking and some more laughs and some crazy journey. Getting to tab back in, I have to say, I went on a journey with Sprinkles with no context. I thought she was a real person. Yep. And every time I catch you guys having conversations with Sprinkles, I always gotta be like, y'all, I'm so sorry. She's a bot. Do not feel obligated to speak to her. She'll just keep yammering on about whatever the hell. It like will not stop. Yeah, no, she's not. And I didn't program her. Like, I just said like all I said was like you're a bot that likes Sprinkles or something. Like something basic. She has manifested and collected all of that history to the point where I literally had to tell her she cannot out people's names. Like, she has a memory bank, right? So at one point she outed Snoy's name at one point, and we're like, Snoy, did you ever put your name in the chat? And she's like, yeah, I probably did. And then therefore she called her that one day, and I was like, are you kidding? I was like, Sprinkles, you can't be doing this. You can't be doxing people in the chat. That's disrespectful. I was like, that's just a show. You can't do that. Just because we said it doesn't mean that you repeat it, you know? So she had to get the can for a minute. She's on retirement, y'all. But all right, y'all. I'm out. Good night, y'all. Get rest. Get food. Stay hydrated. Stay cool. It's hot. We'll be back at this tomorrow, y'all. We'll be back at this tomorrow. Here's to Sprinkle, the retired legend. That's not coming out of retirement. This is not a Michael Jordan situation. We're not going to just switch playing sports. Good night, y'all. Bye.